Boys and girls, good morning. How are you all doing? It's a Monday. That's Manthy to stream from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Jeez Louise. You ain't got no chance, my friend. You ain't got no chance. Oh, hello. We've got very little light on the go in here. Boom. Illumination. Any new drama on the 24/7 channel? Short of me putting a massive, great big red banner across the front of it saying, "This is not live," people are unfortunately going to, people are unfortunately not going to look at the signs. It'll happen. It'll happen. I've been watching it showing a stream from 2022. Confusing. Well, I tried to put the past broadcasting overlay on the bottom of it, and you know the description and the title, and you know I've there are three separate, relatively clear places indicating it's not actually live. I've tried my best. I've tried my best. Anyway. Right, it's Monday. It's a new week. Midnight launches this month. Let that settle in for a moment. It's now officially February, a month that is deceptively short at the best of times. Midnight launches this month. I need some big fancy thing on the screen somewhere screaming and shouting about how many days it is to go, because it's we're getting to that point. We're almost in countdown time. With the pre-patch basically being a floppity wet fish floppity. Like we've got some beta, some decor, and some guide putting together to keep ourselves busy with now. Really, I need more lumber, dude. If anybody doesn't need more lumber, it's you. What midnight profession is easiest to set up and profitable? Well, profitable is impossible to tell because it's not live. The most profitable profession will be the one that the least people are trying to do, whilst simultaneously has the largest demand. The concentration builds, I wouldn't put too many eggs in the concentration basket if I'm going to be honest. Concentration is it is a system that is there, but I don't think it's going to make anybody rich this expansion. When you dig down into the logistics of it, it's not going to be as lucrative this expansion. But the traditional ones have not changed all that much. Your top candidates will still be things like enchanting and jewel crafting and that sort of thing. Yeah, not much is going to change on that front. What I do need to do is I need to quickly get my blacksmithing patron ordery things out the way. It's the only way I'm ever going to finally actually chip away at all of the... Oh my god, have I not even... Okay. It's the only way we're ever going to actually get this job done. Some of you may also notice that I've got a slightly readjusted UI now. I've gone clean. At least I've attempted to go clean. I've unfortunately had to install an add-on to help with some of this, which I didn't really want to do, but I had to get Bartender so that I could have some bars, but just be hidden, because it's just utility shit that I don't need to see all the time. That's my theory with this. Artisan pickaxe? Why am I... queued up a craft an artisan pickaxe? Doesn't make no sense. Clear that. Yeah, TSM, rebuild your cache. Come on, quickly now. Yeah, not to doom on concentration too much, but it doesn't look anywhere near as lucrative. It's not going to be anywhere near as lucrative. I was thinking about this a little bit, and the quantity of materials needed to craft most items has been heavily reduced, which will cause only one thing to happen. It will cause farmers to get paid better, and it will cause profits in crafting professions to get squeezed. So, with those two things considered, There's a... Do I not have Craft Sim switched on? Oh, I don't have Craft Sim switched on. Oh dear, am I going to have to put Craft Sim back on? I might have to put Craft Sim back on. We don't have No Mats, No Make switched on either. Oh my god, I'm missing some actual... Missing some fundamentals here. Missing the fundamentals. Maybe I will turn these add-ons on a per character basis, because I don't actually want them on all characters. Oh, No Mats, No Make is on. Why was it not doing? Has it not been updated? Has it not got the 12.0 love? Where's me tunes gone? Hello, Spotify? Tunes? Play. Drizzling Rose, good morning. Welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, I'm new to WoW. What do you like to do in game? I harvest players' hard-earned souls. Or their swipey swipe souls, either way. Why is No Mats, No Make not working? Ah. Alright, sure. Two knowledge points. You know what we can do here? Is we can... There's some settings here, isn't it? Dude, knowledge points, yes. Augment runes, we don't need acuity anymore. I suppose none of this really matters. Not you, not you, not you, not you. Want to get all classes to 80 before midnight? Do you think races with profession bonuses matter too much? Very unlikely. Very unlikely. The only thing it's going to do is allow you to use ever so slightly less concentration, which is so marginal it's really not even worth thinking about. There is practically... And any advantage that might be obtained will be a short-term advantage at best. You know, it'll be something silly like it'll allow you to use only 2 pieces of rare profession gear instead of 3 or something, but that'll be an advantage for as long as it takes somebody else to do it properly anyway. So a matter of minutes. So in other words, the racials I don't think have really any impact for professions. Reducing things down to 2 qualities pretty heavily nuked any of that shenanigans. Now, of course, if you're custom making the characters to have a profession, then sure. But of course, don't forget you have 2 profession slots per character anyway, so you can only really ever optimize for 1. So I just don't worry about them. If margins are that tight that a racial bonus makes all the difference, then it's probably too tight to bother playing with anyway. You'll find better gold somewhere else. The Ashes situation breaks my heart. I was following the game for a year, was looking forward to it. Feels bad. The Ashes situation's an interesting one. I remember when we spoke about this. We spoke about this only on stream, mind, but like we were talking about this in December. I want to say, I think it was December when it hit Steam, and there was a big bunch of controversy about it hitting Steam at the time, and I didn't really put 2 and 2 together initially, but of course there was lots of people that sort of fundamentally understood what the game going on Steam actually meant, which was that they were trying to cash cow it, they were trying to make money from it, and that was clearly a clearly a directive from up above that, come on now, this game's been in development for so long. Do you have a viable product to sell yet? Yes or no? And the reality is Ashes was kind of sort of ready to go into like early release. And so it was pushed onto Steam in order to generate as much sales as possible. And unfortunately was done at a time where it was competing heavily against, well, I mean, it's December, right? Q4. If you launch a game in Q4, it better be the best game of the year. Otherwise, it's going to lose to another best game of the year. It clearly didn't launch with as much fanfare as they would clearly have hoped. It's seen very, very lukewarm, modest interest since launching on Steam. And so it's of no surprise now half the senior management team are like, right, we're done. See you later. There's two sides to this tale. Obviously, it seems to be that they've tried to escape. So for reference, for people who are missing who have missed the news, the main owner, CEO dude of Ashes of Creation stepped down. And half the senior management team then decided to go with him, which has basically, for all intensive purposes, put the nail in the head for, nail in the coffin for Ashes of Creation. It's basically toast before it's even launched now. It will probably be still, worked on, and it will probably still release, and it probably will do all right. But it will probably be a shell of what the original design concept was. It will be cash cowed to recuperate some losses, and then probably put in the bin, as many MMOs do end up being. But the reason for the CEO departing was that the board was pressuring him to do things that were not of his liking. 99 times out of 10, the reason most CEOs leave is because the board tell them, you either do this or you leave, right? It's a bit of an ultimatum situation. But the thing is when, this makes the board look bad, right? It makes the board look bad. But you have to remember the purpose of having a board of directors for a company. You ask people to be on the board of directors for a company because they have great levels. Under normal circumstances anyway, they have extremely high level of business expertise in that area. That's why you ask them to be on, they're put on the board. And their job fundamentally is to make the project a success, a financial success. The issue with that comes, though, is that when your CEO in charge is willing to just spend money for years and years and years and years and years, whether it be his own money or whether it be investors' money or anything, it doesn't matter. The business is still in the red consistently for very, very, very large durations of time with no real upside. It's arguably not a viable product. And so the board indicating that, right, you gotta start bringing some revenue in. And so they do. They launch on Steam and it flopped. Not a shocker, is it, really? Not a shocker. They redid a lot of the game when the Unreal Engine came out. This is the problem with an MMO. This is the huge problem with an MMO. They are so time intensive to create that both technology and the player base moves on before they can actually finish and launch the product. This is why most MMOs that do any form of success have to release in functioning form and then continue working on that as if they hadn't released it. Right? There is absolutely no point where you can take your foot off the gas. And in fact, you need to take the revenue that you generate from the game and continuously reinvest it to continuously build the game. Exactly what WoW has done for 20 years, right? Blizzard's development team for this game is now an order of magnitude bigger than what it was when it first began. So the absolutely had to get a minimum viable product that people would have enjoyed out. And they tried, and people didn't enjoy it. And they tried, and you would argue, yeah, it's not ready. But after 10 years, if it's still not ready for even that first initial get people in the door, get people playing it, get people hooked, then maybe it isn't a viable product, and maybe the studio deciding that it's game over is the right decision. MMOs are notoriously bad for this because you're trying to create an entirely separate world. It's not like a flipping Fortnite where it's one map, one character, few mechanics, go, right? You got to you got to get something working. You got to get something profitable. So then you can continue to iterate and build on it. Trying to launch the perfect product, especially in MMO, is a recipe for disaster. Fundamentally, nobody has actually ever been able to achieve it. It's just not feasible. Yeah, rebuilding stuff takes huge amounts of time and effort and is very wastely. World of Warcraft gets away with doing that because the product is already out and it's a cash cow, which, gives them the ability to go away and rebuild stuff and make new stuff because the original stuff is still generating money. Gold's my man, by the way. I didn't miss the sub. I was just in mini TED Talk mode. Thank you very much for the 15. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. Good evening for you, I would imagine, more than anything else. Welcome in, welcome in. Did some math for enchanting. You can craft one enchanting tool with 4.5 quality 1 dust due to resourcefulness and 1 vendor rod. And you can disenchant that into 1 quality 1 and 2 quality 2 dust on average. That means Q2 to Q1 dust ratio shouldn't be more than 1.75. Let's make that 2 because there's a vendor item going into it, the rod. Thought it was interesting enough to share. Hang on, that's a lot of numbers without any context of what you're trying to showcase or prove here before I've had coffee on a Monday morning. 4.5 dust in to Are you saying that returns? Okay, that sounds a lot like the disenchanting ratios with a fully min-maxed. That basically means that high quality dust can be manufactured. It feels manufactured out of Q1 dust way more efficiently than it probably should be. Way more efficiently. I don't know if those numbers create a positive feedback loop, but I mean, you don't ever want a positive feedback loop because that means you can just print stuff out of thin air. Anyway, how many real successful MMOs do we really have? RuneScape, WoW, Final Fantasy XIV. Some would argue Guild Wars, Elder Scrolls Online. They're at least ones that have been around long enough to still be around, A lot of the numbers look whack. Yeah, there is definitely some things. There is definitely some things that are growing concerns, considering midnight launches at the end of the month. Without question. Some definite growing concerns, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? 25, 50, 75. I'm a third of the way there. I need 150 knowledge points with blacksmithing still. It's safe to say at this point that's probably never going to happen, isn't it? But if there is ever a point in the future where for some reason I need to come back and craft one of these things, which I can't possibly see any reason to ever want to possibly do, ever, at least I've got the points to fill out the node. So, for all intensive purposes, I'm going to call blacksmith done. Riot MMO will save us. I'm sure nothing wrong can happen there, right? Well, you see, Riot have the right idea. They have a little thing called League of Legends that has printed money forever. Now that does provide some sort of positive cash flow to, fund an MMO in the background, and take some time to do it. Ashes of Creation had a lot of hype over the years, but they've just taken far too long to release anything. Between trying to charge astronomical amounts for an alpha, which, they tried to not only charge astronomical amounts for it, but they were like, we're not going to keep the servers online. You can't play it properly. You can play it when you got to give us money, and you can play it when we say you can play it. Fuck off. It's of no surprise that rubbed people up the wrong way. And it's just taken far too long. Just screams of just never going to happen syndrome. Like that flipping, what's it called, Star Citizen game. $1 billion of investment and crowdfunding into it. Absolutely never going anywhere. Because all of the money's just been embezzled into fucking cocaine and hookers. Not that that's a complete waste of money, but, it's probably not the best way for designing a game, It's like fusion power. It's always just 20 years away. It kind of is, yeah. I read the Blizzard book Play Nice, and the state of WoW made perfect sense. When they cancelled Titan and launched Overwatch from its ashes, the plan was to launch just an FPS, slowly launch PvE, and then develop it into an MMO in the long run. Well, yeah, they tried that with Overwatch 2, didn't they? They said Overwatch 2 was going to have that. Overwatch 2 was going to have that, PvE mode, which was going to be their step in that direction. But with the absolute shocker of a launch of Overwatch 2 in the first place, it kind of killed it dead before it even got going again. Killed it dead. Okay, I need at least 30 inscription points before I can really turn around and say it's done. Can't believe at this point in the expansion, a month before midnight launch, I'm still scrapping around for stupid knowledge points on some of these professions. Hello? Oh. Huh. Not the kind of order I'd have expected to have seen, but sure. Oh, we haven't got craft sim on this. Craft sim. At least we got some new monetization on Overwatch, so there's that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really would like to see WoW do, like, a really good, solid Blizzard do a really good, solid FPS game. Overwatch, the actual gameplay of Overwatch is really very smooth. This is one thing Blizzard has been able to do over the years. Their actual gameplay is always very crisp, very smooth. The difficulty is, though, is that, Overwatch is very specifically, what's it, 5v5 PvP, right? It's not that more, the traditional FPS lives and dies on its player versus player sort of side of things, but a good PvE, at the very least, a basic campaign or something. StarCraft is probably the only genre that they could, pull out of the weeds to do something like that with. If they wanted to, of course. Well, fuck it, we'll just do all of them. I've changed my UI around, and I now all of a sudden don't know where half me flipping buttons are. Finally, because far too many people were getting triggered by the fact that I used to have my minimap in the middle of the screen, I finally decided to put it back up in the corner again. No LVI? No, I don't like LVI. Mostly due to the fact that I don't really like heavily relying on add-ons for my UI, because they break. They break way too frequently. I've had to use what's it called? What's it called? Bartender? It's not bartender, is it? Whatever the bar number 4. Is it bartender? I don't know. Bar something 4. My brain's still pre-coffee. And that's just purely to make them hide. Because the reality is I don't actually want to see half the bars and half the buttons 99% of the time. How did you get the homebound icon on your action bar? This bar right at the bottom here, this is part of Goblin Toolbox. This is Woo's little add-on, Goblin Toolbox. This is the utility bar. That. Now that this has the vast majority of the buttons I need on a utility bar, I don't need to use an actual bar as a utility bar anymore, which is kind of quite nice. So my main 2 bars, bar 1, bar 2, with all of my keybinds on, can just be here, and, they fade out, because the reality is I don't actually ever need to really see them. And I'll just use the cooldown tracker, Blizzard's cooldown tracker for this bit in the middle. Just try and keep the UI as vanilla as possible, really. Bar humbug? Is that the... Yeah, that's that one, yeah. You could sell that UI, month UI, only $9.99. $9.99.99. Limited time only. Quasi 2.0. The other one bites the dust. It's all good. See, if I was going to sell it though, I'd have to copy somebody else's first. That's the problem. I've made the first mistake. The first fundamental mistake being I actually designed it myself. Shit. I forgot the plagiarism step. Ah! Idiot. Is there an add-on to mass deposit stuff into the warbank? Well, there's a nice big button in the game automatically for reagents. Depends what stuff you want. Actually, Bagnator, I think you can do it. I think you can do it with Bagnator, because you can make groups and stuff with Bagnator, can't you? And then you just click on the header, I think. I can't remember. Maybe. I guess Blizzard never just going to fix the flying bug. They'll probably get to it. It's one of those ones that is, you know, that's a back end dev kind of thing. They're always scribbling away at those little things. Did you see that we need 750 Void Light Marl for each profession book? We need to find a good way to farm it. Treasures. Get your renown up nice and fast and then farm treasures. Once again, you're dealing with 2 tiers of like treasures in the zones. Like renown 1 or 2 or something. Literally, as soon as you get into the zone, you can start finding treasures. But then there's like renown 4, 5 something. Gives you the second tier of treasures. If you're playing around in early access, just push the campaign, get your renown up, which you're going to need to do to unlock the profession books anyway. Then you can fly around and pick up treasures in the first few days and get all the Void Light Marl you could ever dream of. Now, of course, when everybody else catches up and everybody else also starts doing the same, then you might have a little bit more difficulty, but it'll be, you know, much like resonance crystals right now. Be one of those things that absolutely everybody will be desperate for them for a week or 2, and then you'll end up with so many of them you don't know what to do. So I would just recommend people be proactive in the zones, unlock the treasures in the zones, and then do a bit of farming. I think it would be a good idea to chill on side quests until Dark Moon Fair starts. That's a real sweaty optimization on rep, which if you're just doing goblin activities isn't going to be that important. You only need to get to like between renown 6 and renown 9 with the new factions. It's a lot lower this time round. It's not renown 12 to 14 like it was in the War Within. So there's not really the necessity that, you know, you should be renown 4, 5 just by doing the campaign, which is going to be default for most people anyway, because, well, you're going to level a character to 90, right? You're going to want to unlock adventure mode for your alts, right? Like, this should all be basically considered default.
What has the wind brought?
31. Okay, that's enough to technically unlock one of these if I ever wanted to. Right, inscription is done. Done. Is that then? Okay, I actually think that's the last knowledge points I'm ever going to need to worry about. Since, I think alchemy and engineering are both finished. Do you think Blizz will delay midnight to summer? Not a chance. Not a chance. They don't have the ability to delay anything anymore. Their schedule is far too rugged for any form of delays. It's far easier for them to ship it and fix it later. Ship it, fix it later. I wish they wouldn't, obviously, but they've backed themselves into a bit of a corner with this, so they don't really have any choice. Oh, hello, I do still need some knowledge points for engineering to finish that last one. What's that, 21 knowledge points? Okay, well, let's go see if we can grab some engineering ones quickly. Got relist auctions in a minute as well. See what we did yesterday for decor sales. Sunday's a fun one for decor sales. Although I only got... I got my auctions posted yesterday. I only got one round of... I refreshed them at about 8 o'clock last night. which hopefully should be good enough to snag a few bonus overnight deals without worrying about being undercut too much, but see. I broke my daily record from Friday on Saturday. Broke my daily record on Saturday. I posted it in the Discord. 2.7 million of sales in 24 hours. Frostwall Architects table. I bet you only want to pay 200 gold for that. I bet you do. Wait, hang on. Why does it say I don't have the recipe? Recipe unlearned? Oh, haha. It is, yeah, of course. I actually don't have the recipe. Lol. Oh, well. You've literally requested the one piece of decor I think I don't own. Managed to catch a person clearly buying everything after listing. Sold about 20 decor on one realm, same person. Yeah, you catch those occasionally. It's good times, isn't it? It's good times. When you go spear a whale. Did you get everything done you wanted to, being dog free? Well, I still had Nipsu. I still had the older dog with me, but it was an opportunity to get a few adulting related things done, yeah. Can you craft order decor and then put it on the auction house? Yeah, of course you can. That's why if you try and give me 200 gold to do it, I'm not going to do it. Even if I did have the recipe. Because I'd make way more than 200 gold in margin selling it to you on the auction house direct. Did you level your 70 Demon Hunter? I did, yeah, the free weekend's still up for like, what's it, 10 hours or something? 9 hours? 8 hours 43 minutes apparently is the play for free time still. I did go through some of my unsubbed accounts, clear them out. I deleted half the characters on them because they're just old and I didn't need them. The Demon Hunter though, I stole all his gold, but I haven't leveled him. Could level it to 80. The reality is that I would also probably need to consider gearing it. But then again, it depends whatever the like twink gear becomes at that level. The answer is I probably should, but I haven't. Maybe I'll do that later. I don't know. Twink gear would probably be whatever the highest available level 80 gear is currently. Yeah, we always know though that there is some weird and wacky flipping, you know, like lockbox kind of shenanigans that goes on that produces some incredibly high item level gear at incredibly low level requirements that then sits on the auction house at 20k a piece. That sort of scenario will probably happen in Midnight a little bit. The farming crew finds and opens all these lock boxes and suddenly realizes that all of them are still set to like level 80 instead of 90, and it, you know, the chaos ensues. But that then becomes like the twink gear. Sure, yeah, if I could run around and... Oh, I was going to throw up on the rug then. He just burped. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's just getting some mythic gear right now would probably be a good start, but can't be bothered. I haven't figured out how we're going to level all of the 80s to 90 yet. We'll worry about that when a lucrative opportunity arises. Few more days with the Olympics. Wake me up when the World Cup starts. World Cup's going to be an interesting one this year, isn't it? Flipping Team NA doing falling into chaos. $70 to $80 takes only 3 time walking dungeons. You could also do it by just quickly leveling it, enchanting as well, which probably costs not more than 5,000 gold or something.
You wish to speak? How may I aid you?
Okay, how many knowledge points was that? How many knowledge points was that? 7. Another couple of days and it's done. Right. Right, stop pissing around and flipping patron orders now. $60 to $80 with Dragonflight in under 50 minutes. Seems remarkably slow. Or Dark Moon Fair. It all seems remarkably slow. You can get to from 60 to 70. You can get from 60 to 70 by doing the intro quests for the pre-patch event. And the world quests, for example. Each world quest is worth like a level. So there's like 4 or 5 levels there. And they're like 2-minute jobs. The intro quests will get you a few levels. And then from 70, 71, you just level enchanting and boom, you're 80. I'm sure you could get from 60 to 80 in about 20 minutes if you really wanted to. 1 to 80 in 5 hours. 2 minutes on Friday. Isn't 1 to... Okay. See, the real problem here, right, is that we've just come out of Remix when, you know, the fact that the record speed for a level 80 character was like 3 minutes. So the problem, it makes all forms of leveling right now seem so totally not worth it at all. It's ridiculous. Remix has definitely ruined things for a lot of people. Why have I got things in the mailbox? Yeah, exactly. People were banging out level 80s in like a matter of seconds. Even without doing Omega cheese runs like that, you were still getting a character done in 20 minutes. Ridiculous. Oh gold, all this character, oh my lord, this character's, hang on. Add-ons. Gathering alt load. That's going to switch bartender off as well, hasn't it? Yeah, of course, alright. Okay, I need to figure this dude's UI out a little bit. I might just switch bartender off on this character. Then the UI will go back to normal. I hate fucking about with my UI. Genuinely really do. It's why I've had the same UI for years. Wait, now why is this happening then? There we go. There we go. Better. Why was I logged onto this character? Oh yeah, because I've got something in the mailbox that I wanted to double check what it is. Oh. Hello? A shield? Randomly? Oh. Okay, I think I need to check my auctions. Let's see if we're Omega Rich from yesterday. Are we Omega Rich? Take half an hour to relist auctions and we'll change the UI a little bit. You up there, you up there. It'll make it marginally easier to see. Go, go, gadget, go. For 60 to 70, you could level a Dragonflight profession. I don't know how first-time craft bonus from Dragonflight really works or affects things. Like I said, it's difficult because any form of leveling right now just feels so inefficient compared to what we've recently had on Remix that it's just like, why would I bother? 70k on one realm, that's a good start. 20k over here. 10k. 20k. Good solid average. Do you think decor on one account would be worth it to cover all? Would be worth to cover all realms on the EU? Seems excessive to me with the logins and logouts, and of course supplying that much decor. You're not going to be able to. You physically can't do it on one account. There's too many realms. You need at least two. And I'm going to be brutally honest with people that until you, like, if you are going to try and cover all realms, you probably want to do it on 4 accounts like I do. Because yes, you're right. The logging in and logging out on 80 individual characters, one after another, like, is going to greatly increase the amount of time it takes you to do everything. I wouldn't be trying to cover all realms in the EU without doing it on 4 accounts. It's technically possible on 2, but you're going to spend significantly longer doing it. And more importantly, I wouldn't really recommend this approach of goal making for most people. Oh, why did I click the reload button? My brain is seriously not switched on today. Looks like day trading stocks. Sometimes it feels not far from that. Isn't it also connected auction house realms? Yeah, I mean that's what we mean when we say all realms. Not every single server name, but every single server cluster. So every auction house. Otherwise, you're competing with yourself, which is moronic. Oh my god, only 3k. Or at least we sold some in. A raptor plushie. 40k. 16k. 26. Not the biggest or juiciest, but selling something all the same. I solo farm with one account and can barely keep 5 realms stocked. It sells too fast. You see, yeah, this is the thing, right? If you are just farming, like if you are farming your own lumber, you are never, ever, ever going to be able to scale up past what you're able to physically farm, right? The bottleneck in your production is not the amount of realms you're trying to sell your decor on. It's the amount of lumber that you are farming. This is, this is the thing about farming. For as long as you are farming something, you're exchanging your time for a commodity. You can never scale past that glass ceiling without ceasing farming, right? Without stopping farming. If you're actually farming your lumber and then crafting it, you're probably not going to be able to, realistically have decor for sale on much more than a few realms. At least not short term anyway. It would take you a long, long time, or you'd have to be only selling your decor at incredibly high value to ever be able to get past a few realms. Now the problem is most people don't have enough gold to stop farming, right? That could, most people don't have 20 million gold lying about to buy up cheap decor when it is available in order to redistribute it to every realm on the EU. You gotta walk before you can run. And more importantly, you don't buy 20 million gold worth of decor like overnight, right? The point is even if you have the gold, you only buy the decor when it's at a deal price. But the point is you need to be able to buy what you see at deal price. The interesting thing is after 2 months, I have only really recently started actually making profit from doing this. It's taken me the best part of 2 months with the first 2 months, craze and hype in order to spin this operation up. Do you think there'll be a market in the green profession gear cross realm like in the War Within? Gold Goblin, the German streamer, seemed to have quite some success with that. Yeah, probably. There's but there's always there's always one thing I would recommend to most people, and that's don't do the thing everybody else is trying to do. This is why I fundamentally believe concentration is going to crash and burn, because absolutely everybody's trying to do concentration. Like you know, look at how many people spent hours and hours and hours leveling tens, if not hundreds, of characters on Remix in order so that they can have that concentration alt army. And they're all just going to compete each other into the ground. They're going to absolutely saturate the markets with high quality goods way before any of it's actually needed, expecting to print tens of millions of gold by doing it, and it's just very unlikely to be that way. Some people will make a lot of gold with it, but most people won't. You've absolutely got to do the thing that most people are not doing. If you know, if a YouTube video drops telling you that this is a really good way to make gold, bank that information, store it away, and wait 2 months until everybody else who is jumping on the hype of it has died down and got bored of doing it. Hiding in shame my 300 remix level characters. My point is not that there's always good reason to have lots of characters. There'll always be something you can do with those alts to make gold. You know, even in the War Within, right? The pinnacle caches, right? You find a really quick and easy pinnacle cache to do, and those pinnacle caches can give between like 1,600 and 15,000 gold apiece. By the time you multiply a pinnacle cache across 300 cache, you know you're making absolutely silly money. There's always something an alt army can do, but the point is you need to be creative enough to not just expect that you can press concentration once every 4 days and make billions of gold, because that day has pretty much passed, in my opinion. The markets are just going to be way too saturated if everybody tries hopping on that one. Consistently selling 3 or 4 things on most realms, which is good. Never expect to sell everything, because that would be, I mean, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? But that's unlikely to happen. Still shocked that concentration crafters are very profitable in the War Within until like mid-season 3. Well, it's profitable by proxy of how and why it works. There is humongous amounts of materials needed to make 1 enchant. I mean, there's upwards of like 50 plus materials needed to make a single enchant. So there doesn't need to be that much of a difference in price between quality 2 and quality 3 maps for that 50x multiplier to start adding up. The multipliers are not anywhere near as big in Midnight. They're fractional. Genuinely fractional. Because Midnight is utilizing moats, much like what we saw in Dragonflight with the rousings and the awakened. That basically means the farmers get paid twice, and the crafters have even less room to make their margin and to add value. And more importantly, the less materials on recipes using quality, the less reason there is, or less opportunity there is for concentration to add value. Also greatly drops the ceiling price of most crafted items when the amount of materials being used is a fraction of what we've seen in the War Within. 40k, that's a good realm. 5 items. Only one thing above 10k, but you know, adds up. The genuinely the two areas where you'll make loads of gold hand over fist without really trying in Midnight throughout most of the expansion will be moat farming, so using either herbalism or mining to gather moats in the most efficient way you can, or hopping on decor, farming lumber, crafting decor, selling decor will be a real steady flow throughout the entire expansion. Because decor's going nowhere. Crafting's looking way less lucrative than it has been in the War Within. It helped that housing spread the farmers out. I just really think decor's very clever. Decor's very clever because it forces people to do like all three aspects. It forces people to do a bit of farming, a bit of crafting, and then a bit of auction house work. You kind of have to become a jack of all trades if you want to do decor. It's a good learning process. And if you can go through that learning process whilst also making gold, then win-win, right? Win-win. Decor is already dead. I mean, keep believing that, my friend. Say that to my sales every day. I'm never going to argue if people think that decor's dead. The more people that think it's dead means the more profit I make. Tried out die crafting for the first time. There's stupid amounts of them, isn't there? So many different dyes. It's outrageous. I don't know how dye market's very, very, very time consuming. Because actually producing the dyes takes flipping ages. And you're making literally cents on the, you're making silver on the gold with the dyes. I'd also be careful because the dyes drop from treasures in Midnight. So anybody out picking up treasures is there's gonna be that constant supply of free dyes hitting the market. So it's gonna push down pretty heavily. Most of the dye market has been from crafters creating them or so far at least. But they're gonna get
your wallet?
dished out like candy for free in Midnight.
Both, I hope.
I have no idea how to pronounce that name. It's that what I'm going to go with Machiavelli for starters. Thank you very much for the resub. Appreciate that. You kicked off a hype train as well. Thank you, boys and girls. Choo choo. In he comes. All aboard. All aboard. $60K? Aspiring Souls chair. 33K. Go on then. 200. Whoa! Hello! Decor's dead, boys and girls. Decor's dead. Actually dead. Decor's dead. Casual 200K on this round. Hello. Telescope. Suramar table. Bookcase. Andarian fireplace. Granic basin. Damn. A few more realms like that, please, game. Holy. Yeah, decor market's dead though, boys and girls. Super dead. Wrap it up. That's it. Pack it up. Go home. Welcome in, Crazy Bear. How we doing? Good morning. For the work you put in for that 200k, it's dead. Sure. Why nothing post here? Whoops, because I didn't open it. 80k. Another solid realm of 80k. Yoink. Alright, next guys. Why are you not logging out? Log out. Chew. Chew. There we go. Uh, 15. 13. 50. Hello. Another few bits and pieces. All adds up. Where's this one? Oh, god damn you. Another 50. Fountain. 20k for a red rug. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. My chat is just filled with Manthus's alts coming online. Sorry. Yeah, that when we do the repost, that is going to happen, yeah. Feel free to just unfriend me. It's fine. I won't take offense. Not that I especially want to agree with Mr. Defeatism over here, but can you see what your profit margin was on those items? Most of us don't have the capital to say throughput over profit. My profit margin is at least 25%. At very least. Absolute minimum. My markup is minimum of 25%. So in fact, no, it's more than that. It's 35%, sorry. Minimum 35%. I never buy anything above sort of 80% region market price, and I never sell anything below 115 in simple terms. But of course, that is absolute rock bottom bare minimum. So the reality is it's probably more like a 50% markup, and on some items it can far exceed that. Far exceed that. I don't think it's double your money kind of territory, but it's probably not far off it. You're not smart about your purchase price, it's easy to overpay and then undersell. True, it is. But the art of flipping is about getting a few miracle sales that cover the cost of the rest of your inventory that either hasn't or then won't sell. Another 90k on this realm. 32k for a broker's hex table. 22k for a Maldraxian runic tablet. Wink. 10k profit on those 200k sales, maybe. No, I wouldn't sell. I don't sell stuff at that cheaper price. It is absolute bare minimum, like 60k on 200k worth of sales. Bare minimum. Oh yeah, it could actually be. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably the guild chat, isn't it? Yeah. I was going insane. Some of my transmog would not get recognized by TSM, even though it was in the correct group. Found out it's because the auction house is breaking gear randomly. No, it's not the auction house breaking gear randomly. It's the fact that we had the item squish, the item level squish. That has also adjusted the durability on every single piece of gear in the game that exists. So yeah, you'll have to repair most of your transmog before you can relist it. Because you can't put a broken or damaged piece of gear on the auction house. $54k? Another one of these scribe Drainic basins. Sold a few of those. $30k. Would it still be profitable to go in on the decor market right now? Decor's not going anywhere. Absolutely not going anywhere. Blizzard is going to force housing down our throats for the foreseeable future. meaning decor, especially since decor has that upfront requirement to go and farm lumber. That seems to be holding value in the market pretty efficiently. The auction house is breaking the gear. It was repaired when I put them in. Okay. I mean, if you can, throw that up on the forums if it's get it reported if that's actually the case. 36k, 10k, 28k, 20k. I'm very much convinced that the midnight gold rush started on December the 2nd. It's going to make the launch of midnight at the end of this month feel a little bit weird for some of us, though. Because under normal circumstances, at the beginning of an expansion, you should be able to do like 50k an hour herbing and mining. And the problem's going to be is that some people will look at 50k an hour and go, I can do better. Or I've been doing better, It's kind of, it's going to create, it's going to have painted a picture for some people. You need the end of the expansion to be like 10, 20k an hour farming. So that the new expansion feels good and juicy. especially with lumber not being tradable. Low gathering quantities, quite time consuming to obtain it, especially with it being split between different expansions with different lumber. But that's exactly where the value is in it. The fact that it is time consuming. that element of it is why it's valuable to do. That's the friction that's needed to make the system worth investing time in. Because if you're willing to invest time going in farming the lumber and crafting the decor, you can charge a premium because there's people out there that don't want to spend the time farming the decor and they'd rather pay the convenience tax of buying it off you. This is why I've seen so many people sort of like scream and shout about the fact they want lumber to be like massively buffed in terms of like how much you can farm per hour. And I don't really think that a lot of people requesting that understand what that means. That doesn't mean they'll make gold with crafting and selling decor any faster. In fact, it will have an adverse effect. It will make it more difficult because it will be easier for everybody else. And you'll probably then just get outpaced by somebody else and sell even less. Any idea about the craft sim problem? Getting stuck on a recipe scan? I have no idea. I have no idea. I would imagine at the moment Craft Sim is probably a little bit broken and busted with all of the pre-patch changes. I would imagine it's going to need a relatively heavy overhaul for midnight. And I would go as far as to say the time spent fixing it for for the War Within might not be best use of, Mr. Craft Sim's time right now. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know why it, like, I don't know. I don't know. I can use add-ons, but I have no idea how they work behind the scenes for the most part. 80k. Hello, that'll do. What's that, like 10 items a decor sold? Is there any reason to have profession characters more than level 80? I know that it makes sense to full clear for renown, etc. on my main, but is there anything gated from not being max level in midnight? You need to be level 81 to use the new profession tools and accessories. So you're gonna want to get one level at the very least, but you probably are not gonna have any heavy need to be level 90. No, not straight away at least. Who knows what will come in 12.1 or 12.2, but you'll be pretty safe at or around level 80 to begin with. Abundance is not level 90. Please, 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 please listen to me when I say abundance is not level 90. It never has been, and it's not intended to be. You can do you have to have done the abundance intro quest line, and then you have to have unlocked adventure mode, which allows you to have access to abundance on all of your alts. Definitely do not need to be level 90 for abundance. 77k. Literature of the Blue Dragonflight for 15k. Oh, that's those book things. Valdrakken Fence at 15k. Flippers are buying decor at a pretty high percentage of DB region sale average. If somebody doesn't really want to deal with the selling part, you could just sell everything at like 60 to 70%. So yeah, this is the thing. This is what people are doing. Farming up your lumber. People are willing to take a hefty discount on their hours worth of effort in order to get borderline instant sales. This is the thing. The clever people, the savvy people, the people that understand the logistics of the auction house, and this is why decor pushes you into being an all-rounded goblin. It pushes you into understanding the ins and outs of farming, the ins and outs of crafting, and also the ins and outs of selling shit effectively. It's really good at like pushing you onto like best practices of getting stuff done, you know? It's really it's very good at that. With housing, is it worth to sell the old mats? Yeah, not only is it worth, yeah, farming the old materials at the moment, is massive gold as well. Even if you want to just straight up ignore the lumber aspect, anything that is involved within decor is cash money right now. Now, of course, the obvious one is farming the lumber, crafting the decor, and selling the decor. But of course, there are steps before that, being, you know, all of the base old school materials, which, yeah, there's loads of money in those right now. Another 60k. I think we've probably quite comfortably averaged at least 20k per realm today. Meaning we could be looking at a nice healthy 1.5 to 2 million gold from yesterday. Be nice. Oh, we had that one realm at like 200k. That's definitely going to help the numbers. Help push the average up quite a lot. I mean, the other aspects of it is that, you know, you don't necessarily need to be selling your decor quite so quickly. When most people are not able to farm enough to keep their shelves stocked, like, consider it from the perspective of like running a little shop, a furniture shop, nonetheless, right? Imagine it from the perspective of running a furniture shop. If you're creating the furniture and you're selling the furniture so fast you can't keep any furniture in your furniture shop because you're heavily discounting each piece and basically giving it away for free and then sitting there for large periods of time without anything on your shelves. There's a strong argument there from the business side of things to say that you're selling your shit too cheaply. You know, the only real valid reason to start doing significant discounts and starting to panic is when your shelves are full and you have multiple of each thing and you're still continuing to farm and you then at that point don't seem to have anything to, you know, it's that's maybe where you consider doing some, you know, a bit of a sale, a bit of a discount event to get some stock moved. But 9 out of 10 people farming their own lumber are never, ever, ever going to reach that point. Wow, Kier, if you will. The amount of characters I see with like the word IKEA in their name these days is so funny. Cobalt bars are 54 gold at the moment. Go farm Northrend, Titan, and Saronite is also good too. One cobalt ore is one cobalt bar. That's crazy high price. Now, cobalt is kind of annoying to farm, to be fair, but like, yeah, you can do basically any Northrend mining right now is probably cash money, even if you ignore lumber. What's that name of the snowy zone in the middle? Wintergrasp? Wintergrasp is probably a very good place to farm. You're going to get Saronite ore, you're going to get titanium ore, both of which can either be converted into bars or you can... Hang on, can't you... You can convert Saronite bars into titanium bars as well, can't you? Or is that an alchemy thing? I think you take 10 Saronite bars to make a titanium bar, right? So you can, in some way, shape, or form, if the price is right, funnel all of your Saronite ore into titanium ore, and then into titanium bars or whatever. I bet there's 30,000-40,000 gold an hour raw just doing that right now. Because most people crafting the decor are just going to buy the mats off the auction house. And I know for a fact that I've spent humongous amounts of gold on those intermediate materials recently. And if I have, you bet your ass others definitely have. Pancakes with caramelized cinnamon apples. It's snowing outside, watching the stream, playing the game. Life is good. That sounds very tasty. It is seriously cold outside today, though. Walking the dogs this morning, I looked at the temperature thing. -24. I was like, no wonder I'm cold. No wonder I'm cold. Even my dogs were shivering. It is chilly. Deceiving, though, because the sun's out. Basically, all the mats used in housing are way up and worth farming. The only reason not more people are farming them is because farming lumber is still better. But if you don't want to craft and sell decor, there is a good alternative. I mean, yeah, for that, you know, mix it up, do both, right? Diversify a bit, mix it up, do both. Pick a. If you want some quick and easy sales, you know, farm up some of the materials. You can probably get 30,000-40,000 gold an hour farming just the raw materials at the moment. But if you want to, you know, stretch your legs and then add something to your sales, which is maybe not instant gratification goal making, you craft some of the decor and sell that as well. Don't feel the need to give your decor away for free, because even on the big servers right now, there's not humongous amounts of stock of a lot of items. I mean, everything's represented, but there's not like hundreds of the things. World quests with 2 accounts is giving 35 to 50k gold an hour currently, but you have to have a lot of characters for it. Yeah, I mean most there's a bit of a hidden metric, which is basically 10% of a token. I've always believed that farmers will go farming if they can get 10% of a token per hour. Of course, tokens are high at the moment, which means a lot of people are not willing to get out of bed for less than like 40k an hour. But the fact that lumber can still be pushing nearly 6 figures is kind of wild. Because the pre-patch event is shit for XP. I've actually leveled characters with Gathering. If only Lumber gave... Yeah, I mean, if Lumber gave XP, that would just be the absolute cherry on the top, wouldn't it? If Lumber get... Yeah, if Lumber get... That would be absolutely cracked. I mean, I'm quite sure in the... once midnight is well underway and things are ticking over nicely. I mean, not that I'm exactly Mr. Farmer, but I'm quite sure taking a bit of a look back, a retrospective look on some of the materials that go into decor and what those farms look like will present pretty solid, viable alternatives for people if farming the lumbers doesn't sit well with you. On NA, I was seeing a lot of the Corium groups when the pre-patch event launched. Groups of maximum 10, so I'd imagine the ore despawns after 10 people mine it. Yes, correct, yeah. Yeah, an ore node can be hit by up to 10 people before it instantly despawns. So Corium groups basically consist of a party of 10 people, or a raid of 10 people. They all fly around the zone, everybody looking for a Corium node. When one person finds the node, they just tell everybody else, and then everybody flies into that one node, everybody mines it, and then they go off on their way. They all disperse again. It's a more optimal way to... Because Corium is a rare spawn of adamantite ore, I think. So it's also worth those players, whilst they're traveling around, whacking every node that they see, and then just calling everybody in when a Corium node is spawned and found. I think is the way it works. I don't know how lucrative it is, but it's the way it's farmed efficiently, I think. Do you use a Linux version? How did this come from? What's this? Right, let's see how we did then, shall we? Let's do the last hour. I think I was quick enough with all of that relisting to get just the last hour's data. I think we're good enough. Right, what we got here then? 330, 330, 666 plus 376, 806 plus 786, 070 plus 655808. Oh, broke 2 mil. Broke 2 mil again. Yeah, boy. Saturday, Sunday, man. Saturday, Sundays are great for decor sales. Decor's dead, boys and girls. Oh, lovely stuff. And at absolutely rock bottom prices, I'm making 35% margin. So there's an absolute minimum of 750k profit there. Absolute minimum of 750k profit. But considering anything that sells above minimum, which will be most of those items, I'd go as far to say that it's probably way more than 750k. I'll take it. I'll take it. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Not, but you know, for reference, if we want to take like the time it takes me to do this, the maintenance of this is an hour and a half a day. The maintenance is about an hour and a half. It takes me half an hour to relist all of those auctions in the morning, give or take a few minutes. It takes me longer to do it on stream because I'm chatting to you guys, but it usually only takes me half an hour to relist all of those auctions. And then later on in the day, I'll do one, usually about 7, 8 o'clock at night. I'll do one cancel scan and repost. So that takes a little bit longer and can take me about an hour to do all of the realms. So that's the like bare minimum maintenance mode, is an hour and a half a day. Now, of course, that is not taking into consideration any time I spend buying stuff, nor is it taking into consideration any time I spend shuffling stock about. But usually, I don't buy decor every day. I buy decor maybe once or twice a week, and I'll go through all of the realms. I've done this a little bit on stream as well. I go through all of the realms one by one and just search to see if they have any good deals at the time. So let's say it takes an hour to do that. We can do the napkin maths here. So we're looking at 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the morning, 60 minutes at night is the initial post. One cancel scan is about 60 minutes. So that's a daily event. That happens daily. We also have, so let's just multiply that by 7. An hour and a half times 7. I don't flipping know what that is. 90 minutes times 7. 630 minutes a week. That's the maintenance. Probably twice a week I buy stock. Let's just embellish the numbers a little bit here. Let's say 3 times a week. Every other day I buy stock, which takes an hour. So that's 60 minutes of buying, going through them all, seeing if there's any deals. 3 times a week. Is what, 180 minutes a week on top of that. And then I probably need to account the same as that again to distribute the stock as well, which I'd probably do 2 or 3 times a week. So let's just do that again. So that's probably a total week. How many hours is that? 630 plus 180 plus 180, 990. 16 and a half hours a week. Okay, so it's nearly a part-time job. Okay, it's nearly a part-time job, but sure. But 16 and a half hours in a week is roughly what we're making. What does that translate to? What's my revenue been in the last week? Last week. Right, so 990 minutes a week. Which is, what did we say? 16.5 hours. Remember those numbers. What did we sell last week? What did we sell? 594. 382. 1914. 167. 3091 080 and 4443 364. We did 12 million in sales last week. Let's just assume absolute bare minimum margins Let's just assume bare minimum margins. Absolutely bare minimum margins. Rock bottom margin of 35%. I only buy a deal. I'll only buy stuff if it's below 80% of the regional market price. Sometimes I'm a little bit tighter depending on how much stock I've got. Sometimes I'll go as low as like 75 or 70. But I never sell anything under like 115%. So it's at least 35% markup. So on 12 million gold worth of sales, multiply that by 0.35. That means there's at least 4.2 million of profit last week. 4.2 million profit last week. $12 mil weekly sales. 4.2 mil minimum. Let's not forget profit. So we can divide 4.2 million by 16.5. 255,000 gold an hour. 255k per hour. 255k per hour. And bear in mind, that's absolute minimum. It's likely higher than that because that's only assuming my minimum margin, my minimum markup on decor. A lot of the decor I sell is higher than that, you know. So it's a minimum of 250k a week right now. 250k an hour, give or take. Pretty juicy. Pretty juicy. Make a clickbait YouTube video with that title, 250k gold an hour. Yeah, that will trigger the shit out of people, won't it? That will absolutely trigger the shit out of people. How much does a part-time job pay just for fun? Does your gold profits compare to how getting a job and buying tokens? Well, I mean, 255k an hour. That's not a token per hour, is it? That's not really a token per hour. 400k at the moment is a single token, right? So it's, I don't know, what's a token? 20 euros? It's the equivalent of what? 13 euros an hour? Something like that, which is, I don't know what minimum wage is. I live in Finland, so it's probably not. But like I said, this is probably a good estimate. Probably a good estimate because there's a little bit of flex in the amount of time it takes me to do stuff, but there's also a little bit of flex in the profit because that's bare minimum. But this is the absolute minimum, whereas there's probably a little bit of, you know, leeway in how much time it takes me to do stuff. It's not bad. Not bad. Why we do it. And more importantly, it's fun, right? The whole thing is I enjoy this. It's fun. Going and doing a part-time job for 16 hours a week is unlikely to give you that same, you know, feeling of fun. I get to chat with you guys while I do it for the most part, which is cool. Right. It is... Let's stop flaunting the profitability of decor. Probably time to jump on the beta, to be honest. I hate those comparisons. Yes, I can make more in my job in an hour to buy gold. But this shit can be more fun, so why even compare it? Yeah, when I'm watching a movie at the cinema, I'm not comparing the runtime with how much money I could make. Yeah, exactly. I know. I agree with you. I agree. How much gold did you invest for that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because we calculate the profit. We calculated it using our minimum profit margin. I only buy things when they're cheap, and I only sell things when they're not cheap. And so the difference is my absolute minimum profit margin. Do I have any reason to try and abuse this last few hours of the free weekend? I don't think I do, really. It's still a free weekend for 7.5 hours, but I have nothing really to do on the other accounts that's worthwhile. Apart from maybe level the Demon Hunter. Do I level the Demon Hunter? Do I want to level the Demon Hunter? I'm not sure I can be bothered. I'm tempted to jump on the beta, you know. Do we just jump on the beta and play with some professions for a bit? You do need some capital to get the operation started that can make 200. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, none of that is taking into consideration the time it takes to, yes, set up the operation, but I, for the most part, consider that cost all fully covered. I think you could start as low as 100k buying some cheap. The problem is at a small scale, it's not worth doing, right? It's very worth doing at very big scale because the numbers, you know, multiply. It's just not worth doing it low. Like, there's no point trying to flip decor if you've only got 100k to flip decor, because you could go and do an hour and a half's worth of farming and double your money, right? Like, what? There's no point risking it. There's no point risking the very small amount of gold you have. There's absolutely no point. Like, if you've got 100k, you shouldn't be thinking about flipping. You should be just stacking that number up. Because, you know, what's the best that can happen? This is the thing, right? What's the possible best outcome? You spend 100k, what, you double it? That's the absolute best possible dream scenario. You spend 100k and you double it. You've risked everything to double your money. You could just go do an hour or two farming and double it with no risk. And you do it faster as well. Let's not forget, you do it faster because when you buy something, you have to resell it, and that's not always instant. With that 100k, you'd want to level up a profession, then go out farm lumber and craft the decor to sell it. Yeah. I mean, the flipping isn't something you do if you are trying to make more gold. Flipping is something you do with spare gold that you're happy to lose, and if you turn it into more gold, it's a great win. You don't, you know, IRL, you don't buy stocks and shares if you can't afford to pay your rent, you know? There's a few characters I still need to level up. None of this, like, lobby level rubbish, but might be worth getting a few of these characters leveled up. A couple that are, there's like, I've got my priest, which is level 61. We could get to 80. That would be another useful toon on midnight. All of these dudes at like level 50 and below, though. Wait, why have we got level 70s knocking about down here? All of these 70s could do with being made 80, couldn't they, really? Or do we just go on the beta? I'm really torn. Really torn. Should we go play around with the abundance on the beta? People want some info on that. And it's been a while since I've last looked at it. That could be a good use of our time. Poke around with the abundance system. Events It will provides a good good refresh of the system, maybe for a little video or something. Natalie was also torn. Natalie Imbruglia, is that her name? I just realised I might want to copy in my UI, the beta now. Still a few treasures we need to find. Still missing a few treasures for a couple of the professions. The likelihood of actually stumbling across those accidentally is very slim, though. It's kind of wild that we're a month out from the expansion launching. We haven't found half the well, we found most of the treasures. There's about 4 or 5 treasures still missing, but frustratingly for me, there's still a jewel crafting treasure that we haven't found. That's mission critical for me. I guess I'll just live with my old UI for whilst we're messing around with this. Oh yeah, there's one thing I wanted to showcase. This will almost end up being a video. I'm sure of it. But the quantity of materials that goes into making gems is actually disgusting, by the way. This is going to put a real risk on the gem market, full stop. Now, I'd kind of known of this problem from looking at the professions, but the problem is a lot greater than I first thought. For example, look at Kazalgar jewel crafting right now. Look at Kazalgar jewel crafting right now. You're making, like, you know, quick emerald right now. 6 diamonds, 30 gemstones, and a silly cutter thing, intermediate item. We'll exclude this for the sake of maths for a minute. 6 gems, 30 gemstones, 36 materials in total, right? You compare that to the equivalent midnight recipe. The equivalent midnight recipe, which is 1 gem, 5 dust. Not 30 materials, not 36 materials, 6 materials. This is a bit of an ouch. This is a bit of an ouch for the profitability of jewel crafting in general. That cutting gems, the value that a jewel crafter adds to the raw materials is going to be nothing. Absolutely nothing. How much does crushing differ? Barely at all. Barely at all. You're right to question, well, is it maybe because you get way less gems and way less dust from prospecting and crushing? Not really. Very, very similar numbers. Very, very similar numbers. Prospecting and crushing is not that dissimilar between the two expansions. I mean, there's a few subtleties, but it's not an order of magnitude different. Meaning, gems are likely... Well, this isn't going to cause gems to be cheap because, hey, look what appears, right? Moats. Ta-da! Look what's actually going to be the bottleneck for generating profit. It's going to be these damn moats. These damn moats are flipping everywhere. Gems are used in other professions more though, right? Yeah, but not by a multiple. Not by a multiple. It's relatively scary just how few materials go into making the main thing that, you know, jewel crafters make. And when prospecting and crushing is not that dissimilar, you can throw 1,000 ore in and get a similar-ish number of stuff out as you could in the War Within. The problem is that similar amount of stuff out is going to produce you far more end product than what we're used to in the War Within. This also means there's basically nowhere for concentration to add particularly much value. Because let's think about the scenario that if there is an abundance of gems and there's abundance of gem dust, due to the fact that far less are consumed on each craft, you got to remove the variables that are equal, right? You remove the variable of the, well, let's make the assumption that there's about the same amount of people. There's probably about the same amount of people looking to buy gems in the first place. There's probably roughly the same amount of people creating, you know, going out farming, creating the materials. And there's probably about the same amount of people looking to play with jewel crafting because they've always had jewel crafting. But there are a bunch of variables you can kind of ignore because they're the same in both scenarios. Much like a simple maths equation. If you've got the same thing on both sides, you just can't, they cancel each other out, right? You ignore them. So when you break it down to its core fundamental differences, it boils down to the amount of materials that are being used to create an end product. Oh, and I also want to add on, the biggest problem is that people are not actually going to need as many gems in Midnight. There's no item there's no, what's it called, the jeweler's setting thing. Yeah, this doesn't exist. There's not a midnight version of this. So people are only going to be putting gems in their gear where there's naturally a gem socket. People aren't going to be picking up a few of these and a few gems, slamming these in all of the bits where they don't have gem sockets and adding gems. Basically meaning that your neck and your 2 rings are going to have 1 gem socket each. And then there is the what they call what's the thing you get out the vault? Token of merit? Is it called token of merit? What's the thing you get out the vault when your vault's not giving you anything you actually want? Yeah, token of merit. There is this thing, the Radiant Jewel Binder. Add a socket to a Midnight Season 1 item that does not already have one. Can be used on helms, braces, or belts. So that's 3 sockets there. And 3 sockets on your jewellery. Rings. Now, obviously, I'm wearing what I'm currently wearing is not midnight gear. Endgame midnight gear only has 1 socket on by default. So, actually, in the War Within, players are used to running around with 9 gems. In Midnight, it's only 6 gems. So that's a sizable decrease in the actual demand for gems in the first place. Not to mention, gems use a fraction of the amount of materials to produce. Meaning that, in turn, they will consume a fraction of the amount of material, base materials. Yet these moats turn up. Moats do moat things. Moats are doing moat things. I mean, look. Like, 6 gems and 20 dust. 6 gems, 30 dust. Like, you're consuming a mere fraction of the materials. I mean, the gem cutter, let's not forget, is something that is created with jewel crafting in the first place. So jewel crafters are still responsible for this. But, it's, basically nothing, right? Basically nothing. Compare that to moats. Moats are going to be the bottleneck, for sure. There's no thaumaturgy. Correct. Thaumaturgy's gone. Yeah, you're also going to be wanting one of those 6 sockets to be your diamond as well. You've got these things. Plus 26 primary stat. Plus 32 primary stat. I would imagine most people will just go with flat primary stat. They not? Why would you not? Why would you not just go for flat primary stat? 32 flat primary stat compared to 23 and a fraction of critical strike. I suppose that's plus 15% critical strike effectiveness per unique midnight gem. So these ones with stat bonuses on them. Oh, that's just flat armor, also known as absolutely nobody cares. Maximum mana. 1% mana. There's very few classes that care that much about mana. So it's basically powerful Eversong Diamond if you want some crit and benefit off crit. But you're taking crit at the cost of a bit of primary stat. And that crit is only going to be most effective to you once you do actually have a bunch of gem sockets. And then you gem accordingly to get the most out of this. In other words, meaning that everybody will want one of these. An indecipherable Eversong Diamond. Just straight up 32 flat stats. Everybody will want one of these, and then 5 other random gems. Crit 1's more likely to be relevant Season 2, Season 3. Yeah, everybody's always missing haste at the beginning, aren't they? Everybody's slow at the beginning. Once everybody's a bit faster, then you start stacking crit. Many of the crafting costs still feel placeholders to me. For example, all the gems in one category have the same cost regardless of their secondary stats. Just seems wrong and unfinished. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. But the issue is I'm starting to see some professions get to the point where they kind of look and feel relatively finished. But yes, I hope you're right. And it's one of those things that I might just make a video just to get it down on paper, get it documented that this feels wrong. Not that I think that devs proactively watch my content or would make just changes to the professions based on my content, but you know, you don't try, you don't know, do you? But the actual material quantity that goes into gems feels really weak. Like really weak. Really, really weak. I wouldn't believe too much will change in the next 4 weeks, but one can hope. Well, they've still got some work to do, that's for sure. Definitely got some work to do. And to be fair, this pattern is all over the place as well. Quite a lot of midnight crafting recipes are using a fraction of the material. And I tell you exactly why they're using a fraction of the materials. Because they've slammed moats on everything. They've taken some of the base materials away in order to justify putting the moats on. To create a similar-ish overall feel to the quantity of materials needed. But this is going to have exactly the same effect as it had in Dragonflight, meaning that this ends up being like 50% or more of the actual cost of producing something, meaning that Jewel crafters are only adding value here because this is, you know, this is the gatherer getting paid twice. The gatherer gets paid once when you buy the ore off them to smush it down to make these intermediate materials. The gatherer then gets paid twice when you buy all the moats off them as well. Jewel crafting isn't adding any, like, the profession itself isn't adding anywhere near as much value to the individual craft. Most of it is being outsourced, or more of it is being outsourced. gems in the War Within, it was all handled internally, right? You as the jewel crafter were adding all of the value. You were responsible for the jewel crafters were responsible for, you know, getting the gems out of the ore. They were responsible for crushing the stuff effectively to get this. They were also responsible for the intermediate engraved gem cutter that was needed. You know, there was an element of value add to this craft, all from jewel crafting. You weren't directly outsourcing anything here. It's it just looks a little bit problematic to me. One blasphemite, you could say that's the equivalent of a diamond. And then 24 crushed gemstones to make your meta gem. 24 crushed gemstones is the midnight equivalent. You've got one diamond, one blasphemite. I guess you can kind of sort of, it's not exactly apples to apples, but there's something there. The prism is in place of the dust. Prism is in place of 24 dust. Now a prism consists of 10 dust, 4 gems. Where's the prism? 10 dust and 4 gems. For reference, 3 gems gives you 2 dust. Pretty much universally. So this is the equivalent of, like, let's just call it, you know, 14 dust. Not 26 dust. So even the meta gems are far less. I don't know. I don't know what all you can do is speculate until the game goes live and we see what the numbers are like. But the thing for me is it's not just like a slight reduction in the amount of materials. It's like a whole, you know. You can't. My point is you can't go from using 36 materials down to using 6 and expect the price of the end goods to be anywhere near the same. Which means jewel crafting will just have very little value. They'll consume less ore. When they consume less ore, it will stack up higher. When it stacks up higher, it gets cheaper. Or in turn, there'll be less profit for those people who are farming the ore. There'll be less demand on the ore. Doesn't matter how you spin it. It's when you use only a fraction of the materials to make the equivalent same item. It's not good. It's not good. It's going to dramatically reduce the value of gems by, like, not just a small amount, but a very sizable amount. What's the going rate for a War Within, you know, quality 3 gem nowadays? What, 1,500 gold? Give me a ballpark. Give me an average number. Because whatever that number is, you can probably divide it by 5 for the midnight equivalent. But then you add the moats on top. So 1,000 to 1,500. So let's just take the top end of that then, 1,500. If you're using only 1/5 of the materials, base materials, you could arguably say that 1,500 goes down to 300 gold. Then you add on the value of the moats on top of that. What are your moats going to be? 100 gold apiece? Maybe? 3 moats, 100 gold apiece, 300 gold on top of that. You're still only looking at 600 gold for a gem. Which is like way less than half what the current prices are right now. So you gotta hope that the other professions that use ore are consuming significantly more of it. But what's blacksmithing look like? Blacksmithing's all copper though, isn't it? Blacksmithing is just an absolute abundance of copper. We need to look at what? Blacksmithing. We need to look at engineering. They're the 3 ore consumers normally, aren't they? Look at Sulla. He doesn't care about any of this. He's just chilling. He's just chilling. And Amalams is over there too. They are alive, I swear. I muted myself. Thanks. When did I mute myself? Did I mute myself when I changed the camera? Whoops. Chat, it took me 1 minute to read the chat. I was paying attention in game. I was doing maths in my head. Leave me alone. I'll start at the beginning again because I have no idea what I got to and what I didn't. 5 pieces of copper goes into a single ingot, which puts, you know, steady supply on the need of copper by blacksmiths. Let's not forget that prospectors are churning through like 1,000 ore a time, right? With the prospecting. So, you know, blacksmith's going to need to chunk through an awful lot of the copper. You are then taking 50, you need 3 ingots, so 15 copper goes into making each of the alloys. And then you have a splattering of tin and silver. Tin and silver is predominantly going to be consumed by the Dawn Crafters for prospecting. But as we've already figured out, they might not be using as much of it as people might hope. Okay. But then it's a case of which alloys are used in the largest quantity we're doing blacksmithing stuff. So are we... The waystone and the whetstone consume more copper again. Which these will be a steady drain. These are only producing 1 again. These are only producing 1 again. Didn't they hotfix this in the beginning of... Pretty sure they hotfixed this to consume... Or to produce between like 1 and 5 or something, didn't they? Pretty sure they went back in shortly after the launch and made it so that these things made way more per craft. Hang on. We can literally just look. Please hold. We can literally just look. That's the reason I'm doing it on this character. Yeah, they made them produce 4. They were using null stones. Okay, they were using basically no core alloys to produce, but we're using null stones instead. So that's the comparative difference between those. No need for a null stone, but instead are using more. Instead, they're going to be using more raw materials. Where have they gone? More raw copper. Okay, well that's good news for the copper consumption at least. The stone is a byproduct of prospecting, and you're never going to have anywhere near enough use for it, so this will end up being basically free very, very quickly. What's consuming the rest of the copper then? Your basic leveling gear is using a splattering of copper. So this will cause huge draw on copper in the first week or two, but it will die down very much after that. Fresh level 90 gear will do alright for a little while. That's actually really cheap for an endgame piece of gear. What's that? 10 pieces of copper. Let's say a piece of copper ends up being like 15 gold. It's 150 gold to get a level 90 201. That's really cheap. It's really cheap. But this isn't huge long-term consumption. This is, you know, big initial Zerg consumption of copper, but it'll die down just as quick. Probably same with the weapons, I would imagine. Big initial Zerg, as all of this fresh level 90 gear is attractive for a while. That only lasts a couple of weeks. And then the ingots go into making the green profession tools. This is actually arguably way more of a consumer than the leveling gear. Leveling gear will be a flash in the pan, whilst this stuff will be a consumption, steady consumption the entire expansion. The refulgent razor stone is actually going to be something that's pretty important for your gatherers to be using. That 43 finesse is worth having. Each one of these is 15 copper ingots. 15 copper. 250 gold a piece, these, probably. Even normal quality ones. 250 gold for a normal one. High quality one is likely to be... probably not worth it early on. I suppose even as long as it's less than 1,000 gold, your herbalists and miners and skinners are going to use them. And nobody cares about repair hammers. Okay, so where do these fit in? The decor. All the decor is going to put steady consumption of silver and tin. And a lot of copper. Wait, core alloys? Okay, well they're not finished, are they? Well, that's clearly not right. They're probably meant to be copper alloys. But that's pretty heavy consumption on the copper. And then even more of it going into here, which is good. And all your endgame stuff. All your endgame stuff seems to be using like between 8 to 10 alloys per craft. But you'd be surprised just how little of an impact crafting endgame gear has on the overall material price of stuff, because this is super situational. I mean, none of it is going to make, you know, nobody wants any of this until they've got sparks in the first place. Which means the demand for this is non-existent. Absolute zero until at least people get their sparks. But there's no early expansion demand for any of this because people can't craft them even if they want to. the items that have the greatest consumption are any consumables, which is actually kind of where blacksmithing suffers a little bit. These waystones and whetstones consume only copper. Then what did we say? There was did the razor stone? Yeah, the razor stone also only consumes copper. So the consumables aren't going to use any silver or any tin, leaving that almost exclusively for the prospectors to play with. And these are humorously cheap to make. Okay. Dazzling Thorium is an interesting one. Because Dazzling Thorium is fundamentally the same as a nullstone in terms of how you acquire it. But it's not used anywhere near as readily as nullstones were, meaning they won't be anywhere near the price nullstones were either. Fucking flipping spell. Dazzling Thorium. Dazzling Thorium is a reagent for endgame gear. Does a Dazzling Thorium go into any single commodity item? All just gear. Everything is a spark piece of gear. Spark gear or profession tools, which will likely require Moxie. So realistically falls into the same category as the gear. Not steady, consistent consumption. So actually, there's not a single commodity item actually uses Dazzling Thorium. So if you compare that to Nullstone, one of the reasons why Nullstone... two L's, right? 2 words? One of the reasons why the Nullstone was so expensive at the beginning was it went into both intermediate and consumable items. Reagent 4. Nullstones went into the embellishments. They don't have... Yeah, there we go. Chaos circuits. So a raw material, you know. Nullstone goes into making a chaos circuit. Chaos circuits were then used in flipping loads of shit. Intermediate material, if nothing else. Went into stupid cubic blasphemer, which most people didn't craft unless they were using it to level jewel crafting. Optional reagent again. Most people didn't care about the prisms. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Flipping Magnificus Jeweler setting. This was a huge consumer of nullstones. Every time somebody wanted to add a socket to a piece of gear, which could be as much as like... could easily have been 5 or 6 times a season, if not more. People were consuming 2 nullstones a time to do that. And the sanctified alloys. Sanctified alloys, which then went into lots of things as well, were consuming nullstones. So there's some pretty heavy consumers of nullstones. So where Dazzling Thorium is only really going into endgame gear, spark crafted gear, the consumption of this is going to be very weak compared to nullstones. Nullstones were like 4,000 or 5,000 gold a piece at one point, weren't they? They were like super expensive. It's what made mining the money. It's where you made your money with mining at the beginning of the War Within. Finding a route that gave you a bunch of nullstones every hour was cash money. Dazzling Thorium, it has the same mechanic. It drops rarely from mining. But dare I say it'll end up... It's actually got... think about this. Excluding the profession tools, which we don't know what the timeline is going to look like on these yet until we know the Moxie value for them. This is really the only consumer early on of Dazzling Thorium, which actually means it will stack up and get cheap enough that I reckon prospectors might start prospecting it, believe it or not, because it's got the highest rate of producing diamonds. Of course, prospecting is just maths. But obviously, if you have in your mind, would you ever prospect null stones, people would have told you you would be crazy. But this might actually stack up because there's nowhere for it to go. There's no other use for it apart from like a very tiddly amount of it for somebody that's making profession tools. Tiny, tiny, tiny amounts of it. 2 is nothing, right? You get a couple of this an hour, more than that likely. You'll probably get 10, 15, 20 of this. Like, you'll probably get enough of this when, you know, how many null stones could you get in an hour at the beginning of the War Within if you were really trying? Those numbers, you know, people were getting 10 plus null stones an hour, which means, assuming that it's a similar chance to drop, you'll be getting a similar amount of thorium an hour as well. This will get cheap enough that people prospect it. I don't know how cheap it's going to have to get before the numbers make sense on that. But I do think, because there's nowhere for it to go. There's literally no use for it. There's literally no use for it until people get sparks, or they get enough Moxie to start making their endgame profession tools. There's nowhere for it to go. Do we think then that ingots in Midnight are going to consume more or less materials than they did in the War Within? The core alloy was just straight up 10 bismuth and 8 vendor mats. So already a single core alloy is using, once again, over double the amount of raw materials straight away. More than double the amount of raw material. Well, exactly double the amount of raw material. So, for all things to maintain equal, you would need the consumption of copper to be twice as high for that to balance out. Which, I mean, the consumption is good, but it's not that good. Not to mention, core alloys became the fundamental to then go into these, where you needed 2 of them, plus 5 rare ore. Okay, so it makes... Maybe that balances out the fact that you only need 2 core alloys to make these, instead of the 3 that you need in Midnight. Still not really that much, though, when each one is half the price. This is what did we say? 15 copper ingot. This is 15 copper. Whereas this is still 20 bismuth. We also know that the crystalline powder was basically free. Echoing flux is a vendor reagent. A similar amount of like tin and silver to iron claw and akirite. There's similar consumption on the uncommon mats, but way less consumption on the copper than what we were used to relative to bismuth. Then when we look at the leveling gear, 1s and 2s, so between 10 and 20 copper goes into making each one of these. 10 and 20 copper compared to 15 to 20. Okay, it's about the same, isn't it? But the consumption of copper doesn't look to be too different. Not having a sanctified alloy, though, is going to hurt blacksmiths this time round. Because let's not forget, these motherfuckers required tinderboxes and null stones. This mechanic just doesn't exist in Midnight. Yeah, you can't prospect Dazzling Thorium to get guaranteed rank 2 materials, no. But it does have the absolute best way of getting diamonds. Meaning it just becomes a maths thing. Your chance of getting diamonds from tin and silver is way less. So you can afford to pay more to prospect thorium if what you're predominantly trying to get is the diamonds. Are we still assuming there's going to be Moxie value on the profession tools? Yes. It would be criminally stupid to not put Moxie on the profession tools and accessories. Criminally stupid. Otherwise, you're going to have people running around with full build day one. Which basically eliminates any form of progression from the system at all whatsoever. Like, that was arguably what people considered part of the problem with having the shuffle previously. That people would utilize the shuffle to gain enough artisan security to be able to buy both the knowledge point books and build their professions, like, nearly instantly. Now, how do we... To be fair, we don't necessarily know that Blizzard doesn't want people to make their full min-max builds in one day. But you would assume that's not the level of progression you would expect them to have or want to have. Day one isn't exactly far in the future. That's why I slowly lose trust. Sure, but I would bet serious amounts of money on them adding Moxie on the profession tools. It'd just be absolute wild decision to not do it. Yeah, before you even consider the fact that it basically invalidates the need for the rare profession tools, full stop, if you do that. Why would you, like, you'd have to make such a criminally poor decision to buy the rare profession tools if there's no Moxie on any of them. Yes, the epic ones will be more expensive, but the epic ones will give you more stats. That's why you want the epic ones. Everybody would love to have the epic ones instantly given the choice because they have more stats on them. And if you don't have those stats, you know that somebody else will have the stats, and then you'll have a worse crafting cost than they do, meaning they'll make more profit than you do, and eventually they'll push you to a point where you don't make profit, and they do. That's just how the market operates. So that it would be, you know, if they don't put Moxie on the profession tools, they might as well just get rid of the rare ones. They're absolutely useless to have at that point. Absolutely useless. There was no value in adding a third set of epic ones if they don't put Moxie on them. Completely backwards. Get the feeling there's been a lot of AI copy-paste, evident with the naming scheme of the materials. Do you think? I mean, I don't think so. They've tried to make the materials thematic to the fact that we're in the, you know, the old zones. That's why it's refulgent copper and umbral tin. You know, it's a nod back to the old original materials. At the start of the war within, bismuth was the most expensive for a long time. One of the reasons bismuth was expensive for a long time was because it's what Jawncrafters had to use as their catalyst material when crushing. you had to use 10 pieces of bismuth to crush down stuff to get dust. So dust, like, so you would, prospectors were prospecting the tin and the ore. Sorry, the iron flipping, what's it called? The iron claw and the akirite. For the actual raw gems, but then they were consuming huge amounts of bismuth on making the dust. This time round, you use the stone that you get from prospecting to then go on to crush. This basically means jewel crafting is likely to never touch copper. Unless the value of materials gets so out of whack that, you know, tin and... because copper produces... Why don't I just show you? This isn't available for public consumption yet, so don't ask for it. But copper produces the basic gems, not the flawless ones, the uncommon gems only, but also has a chance of diamonds. So the only time I really think that, because these basic gems, nobody cares about them at all. These are just fodder for crushing into gem dust. These aren't going to be used at all for anything. So the only reason you'd prospect copper is to get the diamonds. Just realised this is probably very small for you guys. You're never going to prospect copper unless you're hunting for diamonds, really. And you're getting, what, like an average of 3? My little basic test. You're getting maybe 3 diamonds per stack of copper. So it's not going to be a particularly optimal way to get the diamonds. Meaning I tend to believe that most prospectors will... The maths will tell you this, obviously. But the maths is going to tell you that you're basically not going to prospect copper at all. You're not going to touch copper for the most part, unless there's such a rush on diamonds that you can ignore the value of everything else. And, you know, if 3 quality 1 diamonds is more than the value of an entire stack of copper, then you can probably spin a profit from it. But I kind of don't see diamonds being that expensive. And that is because they're far more lucrative they're far more abundant via tin and silver. Prospectors are going to have to prospect both tin and silver because only half of the gems come from tin, half of the gems come from silver. But you get the basic ones and you get the rare flawless ones. The basic ones, once again, is what you're probably going to crush down. You're going to crush these down, but you crush them with the stone that you produce. You don't crush them by taking bismuth, or this expansion's version being copper. So this ultimately means in the War Within, jewel crafters actually consumed quite a lot of bismuth, even though they were mostly prospecting iron claw and akirite. In Midnight, jewel crafters basically are going to consume... Jewel crafters basically don't care that copper even exists. There's going to be almost zero consumption of copper from jewel crafting, meaning copper has to be consumed predominantly by blacksmiths. But we've also just realised that blacksmiths aren't really using any more. Blacksmiths aren't going to require any particularly more copper than they did bismuth. And so the likelihood is the value of copper will be a lot less than what the value of bismuth was. Because there's just not the consumption of it. Jewel crafters will still mostly care about tin and silver. And for reference, when prospecting thorium, you don't get the basic gems, you only get the flawless gems, the rare ones, but you do also have the best yield on diamonds by a country mile. So this is why I think when the maths will start working, that you can pay, I would say, as much as 10 times for thorium as to what you could pay for copper if you were just, you know, looking purely at the value of diamonds. You're getting what? I did a few prospects on thorium, and we got consistently above 40 diamonds for every stack. Compare that to copper, where a stack was like an average of less than 4. So quick napkin maths, you can pay 10 times the price for thorium than what you pay for copper. Now, we've already just figured out that copper's likely to be cheaper than what bismuth was early days. So let's say copper ends up being, 15 gold a piece. You could pay up to 150 gold for your thorium and prospect that and still come out with the same sort of numbers. It's all a maths game. But when you start to figure out where the consumption of these materials comes into play, my concern with all of this, the more you look at it, the more detail you go into all of this, the issue is that, for the most part, way less materials are making way more stuff. And all of the gaps are being filled with motes for the most part. Apart from blacksmithing, though. Blacksmithing is the only profession that doesn't care about motes at all, which I think is weird, because every other profession cares about motes a lot. Blacksmithing doesn't use motes anywhere. The only thing we do, the third variable to consider is engineering. Because engineering historically consumes ore. I apologize if this is like overly geeky for people, but this is the kind of analysis I do during the beta in order to guesstimate what's going to work well and what's going to not work very well. This is why if you just piss around on the endgame servers, doing nothing more than just poking around on a max profession, you don't really learn a lot. You need to understand how farming operates, you need to understand what the processing looks like, you need to understand where the consumption is and where the consumption is not likely to be, where the demand is going to come from, all of this sort of stuff. And this is why most of this you can't do until the end of the beta either because literally because until you've got all the pieces of the puzzle, you can't, see the big picture. Engineering. How much raw materials is engineering using? Song gears and the what they call the soul sprockets. Song gears are going to consume plenty of copper, which is a good start, and a bunch of tin to go along with it. Does that mean the soul sprocket uses way more tin and a lot less copper? No consumption of silver whatsoever. Do engineers not care about the silver? That's going to make things really lopsided. That's going to make silver cheaper than tin. That's going to make things really lopsided. Oh god. Engineering doesn't use any silver. Okay. That's a dangerous level of imbalance. It's using only tin and only copper. Pretty much unanimously. Weighted more so on copper than on tin. How many things are using these song gears? This overly geeky is why we come here. You're gonna have to just like stop me if anything gets confusing though. I try to make it as clear as I can. And to a degree it's a little bit verbal diarrhea because I'm mostly saying what I'm thinking. Sometimes it will make sense, sometimes it won't. Song gears being the intermediate for engineers. These malleable framings, wireframes are a vendor material, by the way. Don't get confused by the fact that they're rare. These then slam into the cogwheels, which are the optional reagents, missives, so to say, but just for engineering equipment. So these have very limited use. Bits is just odds and ends. Song gears and evercores. Evercores come from recycling, so that's not recycling's not pulling from raw materials. We're trying to assess just where miner's value is going to go right now. Aetherlooms and evercores come from recycling. Soul sprockets, song gears. So these are your scopes. With enough hunters, out there, that's good news. Seem to be weighted not so much on the song gears, more on the recycling. 5 recycling reagents to like 2 intermediates. A lot more balanced towards recycling, not so balanced towards consumption of raw materials. That is maybe until we get to decor. Decor will have that steady, consistent pull, but is also requiring quite a lot of recycling as well. I'm confused all the time anyway. Feel free to ask. Is the 24/7 giveaway concluded? That's a good point, actually. I need to draw that. Let me finish me mini exploration trip, and then we'll draw that. Decor will do what decor does. Good level of consumption of raw materials, but also very heavy on recycling. Recycling is going to be a fun one. There's part of me that needs to have a little bit of a play with this in a bit more detail. Start to decide, are there going to be items that engineers are going to look to recycle? I mean, the reality is you just probably recycle the cheapest shit. But some things recycle into... Some things give you the Aetherlooms, some things give you the Evercores, and I haven't fixed that yet. I haven't worked that out. But there's a potential in terms of consumption that, you know, you can throw in, like, copper ingots here, for example. There's the natural balancing act that if copper or raw materials end up getting too cheap, for example, you'll then be able to produce the intermediates a lot cheaper. They then become more attractive for recycling over pigments, say. Although powder pigments, these are the pigments from your tranquility bloom, your basic herb. So you've got your powder pigment, or you've got your refulgent copper ingot, which are like your 2 basic herb and ore, which, if the maths works out, you could mass produce and then recycle them for the rest of your engineering stuff, which causes a pull on those raw materials. But this is just its own maths game, because if cloth ends up being the cheapest, or if leather something becomes the cheapest, this is just you take the path of least resistance. You just smush down the cheapest thing to get your engineering parts. That cheapest thing might change from time to time based on what everything else is doing. I don't think half of these things, like missives and stuff, will probably end up being the cheapest. I think the cheapest is very much likely to end up being the pigments, you know. Just considering how many pigments you get from herbs. In fact, pigments are almost guaranteed to be the cheapest, aren't they? Because it takes multiple copper to make a single ingot, where you get multiple pigments from a single herb. Yeah. The powder pigments, argent leaf pigments, probably any other pigments. Is there all the pigments in this? I mean, even the inks are in here. Look, where's the... Surely there's the other pigments in here. Oh, there's not. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's odd. It's only the argent leaf pigment or the powder pigment. You can't use the other 3 herbs pigments. The other 2 herbs pigments. 1 herbs... I can't remember. But you can use both the types of inks. Is there basic leather in here, or is it just the rare ones? Scale woven hide. Well, scale woven hide is a material for making the infused one, so you're never going to recycle those. Much like bright linen bolts are consumable for the Arcano weave bolts, you're never going to process those. That is, unless these all have different yields. Fuck, we need to test recycling. Did we find out what mats dropped from the delves this time round? Some fairly valuable mats in the wall within, tinderboxes, etc. There's one material, I don't know if it's specific to the delves. It's... I bet engineering doesn't use any of them for me to show you it, because I can't remember its damn name. It's used in endgame crafting of stuff. See if I can find a recipe that uses it. Put me on the spot and I can't remember its name. Somebody in chat knows the answer already and is probably typing it. It's some flipping twiggy looking thing. I can't remember what it's called. But yes, there is a delve specific material. But I don't believe it'll be rare or particularly valuable. Ah, Christ, what's it called? Oh, Chosen, welcome in. How we doing, my man? Welcome in. Thank you for turning up, bringing your crew. Appreciate it. Hang on. Where's my materials? Where's my petrified root? There we go. Petrified root. Petrified root is your delve related material. Tormented tantalum. I'm not sure if that also comes from delves, but I think it's more focused towards being a reagent from the prey system. Yeah, petrified root. Twiggy looking thing. See? It's a root. Yeah. I knew I was close. That comes from delves, but with the amount of delves that we banged out early days, and it doesn't actually consume, it's not consumed in like humongous amounts of places. It's a reagent for 6 things, whoop-de-doo. The armor kit, it's the wrong armor kit as well. It goes into the forest hunters one is what people are probably going to want. Strength stamina, agi stamina. Three of them are consumed here. Goes into a spell thread a few times. Yeah, it's not like tinderbox level crazy. Let's put it that way. Have to go, leaving kindergarten to me. Hey, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, it comes. From my testing, at least, it predominantly turns up in delves, but it's It's not going to be used at anywhere near the scale that like tinderboxes were. And there's not like a suite of materials that come from delves this time. It's just like the one, you know, simplification. But okay. I think we can say that engineering will consume, yes, some raw materials for mining. But it's very interesting to see how it's exclusively copper and tin, but no silver. What's it called? Brilliant silver. That can't be right. That can't be the only 2 uses of silver across the entire game, right? Obviously, plus prospecting. This doesn't look like a much bigger list, but the fact that Song Gears and Soul Sprockets are engineers core intermediate does mean that tin is going to be used. Tin is going to be consumed significantly more, but silver is useful for like a couple of alloys. One of these blacksmithing alloys is like heavy PvP gear. Is it the gloaming alloy that's heavy on the PvP gear? Where's the used in details? Not the spell, the item. Oh no, they've made it used in both places now. Oh, but yeah, it is the gloaming one that goes into all the PvP gear. Which uses tin. Silver's, that probably means silver has far more chance of being cheaper. But that's going to really make prospecting feel weird because silver only gives you half the gems. Only gives you half the gems. You have to prospect a bit of both in order to get the full suite of gems. Interesting. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. The thing I think that the thing I can conclude from all of this is that there's way less consumption overall on the basic raw materials. Way more consumption. Prospecting is down by like a huge amount, meaning prospectors will not be buying anywhere near the same amount of ore. You can't even crush cut gems this time, meaning that there's not even a way to recycle the cut gems back into dust. As soon as you cut a gem, it either gets put in a piece of gear or it gets vended. That means they're never gonna, there's not an alternative way to recycle to get something back from them if they get too cheap. There's no undo button on the cut gems. Can you target farm tin and silver in? If yes, then it's less of an issue. No, the only thing you can really target farm is the moats. Moats predominantly appear in one of the 4 zones. You can recycle them, not the cut gems. No, cut gems either go in gear or they get vended once they're made. Thorium will probably just be Thorium doesn't really have anywhere particularly to go until people get sparks, and so the first few weeks Thorium will probably just get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper until it's cheap enough to prospect it. Which, my rough napkin maths is about 10 times the price of copper. Alright. My conclusion is farm moats. Miners, go moat farming. You want to make money, go moat farming. Because the raw materials aren't going to be consumed in any same level with the current balancing. Okay, what I should do is do the draw for the giveaway on the 24/7 channel. Currently there are 367 tickets purchased. Let's yeah, there's a giveaway running on the VOD channel. So you've got a few minutes. You've got a few minutes to go and quickly follow the VOD channel. Follow the VOD channel. You can jump in on the giveaway. I'll be drawing this in a few minutes. Let's do. There we go. In that, in case it gets lost. So, jump in, grab your tickets. I'll draw this in a minute. It's maximum 10 tickets per. So everybody has a reasonably fair opportunity. Oh, where's the... Yeah, I'm busting for a P. Busting for a P. The giveaway is on the VOD channel, not this channel. You need to go follow the VOD channel. Exactly the same URL, but with 24/7 at the end. Let me go grab a drink, take a pee, and then I'll close the giveaway and we'll draw the 3 winners. Back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty, okay. Okie dokies. Okie diddly dokies. We've got 76 entrants, 386 tickets purchased. I should probably do this on screen so it's deemed fair. Grab this in here. I'm assuming nothing is shown in here that you lot shouldn't see. Right. Close the giveaway. Boop. 3 winners. We'll do third place first. Third place first. I can't remember what the breakdown was. It was 500, 300, and 200k, wasn't it? 500, 300, and 200k. So the winner for 200k is... You may or may not be here. I'll jot these down so that I can contact these people after. Oh, it drew it into the channel. Jargist! Jargist! Jargist with a 2.58% chance to win. Jargist wins 200k. Let me jot these down. Jargist with a 200k. Congratulations. Congratulations. Second place is 300k. Right, let's draw second place. Second place. Draw another winner. Second place is Molten Death 007. Congratulations for winning yourself 300k. 2.58% chance to win. Congratulations, congratulations. Molten Death 007. The 300k. First place. First place for the 500k. First place for the 500k. Let's draw one more winner. Draw another winner. Boom. Third winner. Chalida! Chalida with the 500k. She was joking the other day she was going to win with a 2.58% chance. Congratulations, boys and girls. Congratulations. Molten Death, Chalida, Jargist. You may or may not be all here right now. You may or may not be lurking. Jargist is here. Leader will be happy. Congratulations, boys and girls. I will spin up another giveaway in a day or two's time for the VOD channel. That'll give people a similar ability to try and win some gold. Thank you for following the 24/7 channel. For the reference, the 24/7 channel is simply playing back my past VODs. It partly helps with exposure for Team NA. I know my stream schedule is pretty historically poor for Team NA, so while I know at the end of the day they could just go into my channel and watch the VODs that way, you know, it's it puts the channel in the follower list, you know. It's slightly better. The giveaways were only for EU. They will be... I will try and do something for Team NA. Obviously, it's difficult for me to give away gold on NA because I don't have any gold on NA. But I will definitely try and make sure that I can do something for Team NA as well. But right, I will contact those 3 shortly after stream, if that's okay. I will contact after stream, transfer the winnings. Unless, in fact, let's see. I know Jargis is here now. Let's see if I can get that sorted now. Let me load retail. Let me load retail. Yeah. World of Warcraft. Where's my account that's got gold? Ha, lol. Do I have the honor to sponsor you gold on NA? If there are people that want to sponsor the winnings, I can absolutely facilitate that. I would obviously never go out my way to request such a thing, but if people want to be generous and put some gold in the pot for some NA winnings, we can figure something like that out. Especially if we can do something for over midnight launch as well. It'd be preferable if I could do a face-to-face trade, just so it's on video as well. Not that transferring gold is that much of an issue these days, but just as it's if you are online, are you available online? The advantage of doing it on stream, at least there's some footage of what's going on. Let me go and raid the war bank quickly. Oh, I thought I turned off all my add-ons so that stuff would be faster. Do fasters. Do fasters, do fasters. Well, because I've got the beta open in the background as well. Where the flip? Who stole in the bank? I'm in, oh, you're Draenei. Okay, please hold. Please hold. Please hold. I'll try again. I'll try again. Let me log on to an alliance character, please hold. I will log on to an alliance character, don't worry. I think midnight will be better for goal making than the war within. There is different opportunities. Better is questionable. I will. Where's my? I'll bring my alliance Manthias character. If I can like meet you in Stormwind or something. There'll be different opportunities in Midnight. I don't think the same things will work the same way as they have in the War Within. I don't believe concentration will be anywhere near as lucrative. I'm not even sure crafting will be as lucrative. I think farming will have better opportunities this expansion. And I certainly think that the combination of farming, crafting, and selling with decor will make some millionaires for sure. Can you do face-to-face trade cross-faction these days? I guess you probably can you? I don't know. Or you can in dungeons? Oh, that's a pain in the ass, isn't it? Start joining a flipping follower dungeon or something. What the Christ am I doing out here? What in the world am I doing out here? Meet me in Ogrimmar? Is this character not Alliance? Wait, have I logged on onto a character that's clearly not... that's Horde again? I'm clearly on a Horde character again. Am I being an absolute moron? It does look a lot like a goblin, doesn't it? Your Shadowlands mission table is ready. Lol. Why is my Hearthstone set here? Oh, God. Oh, flipping amateur hour today. Yeah, it's Horde. Oh, what a donut. What an absolute donut. I thought that... I swear I had a Manthias Alliance character. Okay, apparently I don't have as many Alliance characters as possible. We're going to make this easy. Come find me in Dornagal on a Horde character. Because I'm having a moment, clearly. I'm having an absolute moment, clearly. Rug pulls the giveaway. No, I'm just unprepared. And a lack of organisation. This is how... I don't understand how other people, like, bang out these giveaways. Like, boom, boom, boom in quick succession. Flipping Elon and his spanner gifts. Ashes of Manthias. Calm down. Calm down. We had 3 winners. Chalida took top spot. 500k. Molten Death got 2nd place. And Jargist got 3rd place for 200k. I'm just trying to dish out the winnings. You're in Dornagal. Okay. I will come to Dornogal. The dawniest of Nogalists. Where's the flipping portal gone? They've moved everything. Why for they move everything? This is the equivalent of enter your one-time password. Shush. Oh, look at him. Clearly doesn't need the gold. Clearly doesn't need the gold. Boom. Have some cash monies. Do you want to accept this trade? Yes, please. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Enjoy your earnings. Enjoy your earnings until another day. Until another day. Log on to the OG Green Bruto or a Spectral Tiger or something after the trade, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Paid. Paid. Now, the question is Molten Death lurking? Molten Death lurking. Let me go back to my dashboard. If not, I'll message them after. Molten Death is lurking. And Chalida, I will catch up with her at some point. Because she's probably lurking as well. She could even be streaming herself right now. I'm not sure. Right. Thank you for that, boys and girls. Thank you for hanging with me with that one. Right. Actually, something that might not be a terrible idea if we're going to I know we were going to go look at the abundance system, weren't we? What might make a little bit more sense is, considering we've been on it. Oh, the icon for the beta has changed. Now it's oh, okay. It's no longer got the test icon. Interesting. What might be worth doing is, we've now figured out that silver is going to have less demand overall than tin. Prospectors are going to need to prospect both silver and tin to be able to get the full selection of gems. What does herbing and mining look like at this stage in the beta? How quickly can we level up mining? How quickly can we start seeing high quality stuff again? It's been a while since I've taken a look at the gathering side of things on the beta. Found a use for the pre-patch event is good for collecting the normal Season 3 raid tier mog. Oh, it catalysts, right? I think somebody was mentioning that the other day. I think it catalyzes conveniently. This dude, Herb Mine, is a new-ish level 80 character that has not even bothered leveling up fully yet. I'm wondering, oh, haha, I know why I leveled this character to fly around and get the knowledge points. I wanted to double check the existence of all the knowledge point items. Missing one herbalism knowledge point, by the way, still. We think it's bugged, though. We think we know where it is. We just think it's bugged. Okay. This dude... What's the skill? 55 skill? No. What? 55 skill is all that's needed to start seeing high quality copper. Oh my god. Oh, that's literally 5 minutes work. Oh my lord. Well, that's changed since I last saw it. Tin is 105. Which means you need nothing more than to fill the bar. Fill the bar and, like, a green profession tool for you to start getting high quality tin and silver. 55 on the copper. Is that the same on Tranquility Bloom for herbalism? It's 120 for the herbs. Why have they made copper so piss easy to get? Why have they made copper so outrageously easy to get? Sanguithorn 120, Azroot 120, Argent Leaf 120, Mana Lily 120. Maybe they will change. These are changed numbers. These are changed numbers. Look at my... do I show them in the... I don't, do I? Do I show them in... where's my mining? First look. Shush. Oh. Well, when I first looked at it, there was no difficulty because it was all very broken. So it's been changed from being very broken to 55. Do I do the same for herbalism? Please tell me I do the same in this video for herbalism. Herbalism was still 120, so that hasn't changed, even since the alpha. $55. Okay. Alright, sure. Sure. We're going to start getting high quality flipping ore without any profession tools, without flipping nothing. Just straight picking up shit. That's wild. Would have been 0. Well, true that, but... what's the point of even having quality 1 copper in the game at that rate? Well, obviously, let me just double clarify for people. That is the point in which you start seeing high quality. That doesn't mean at that point on you only get high quality. It's a careful distinction to make. But it's that still feels very, very low a skill requirement to be able to start seeing high quality copper. The ores are still huge as well. I kind of like the fact that they're flipping massive. I do kind of enjoy the fact that they're just a bit silly. Easy to make the high quality sunglass vials. Not gonna lie, that could be a reason. Wait, no, hang on. They don't take raw copper though, do they? They take the glass. They take the glass. Is moat drop rate low? On a bare naked herb miner, you get a couple of moats from every light forged node, but you can very quickly spec into bigger and better things. including obviously nice luxury things like being able to mine whilst mounted. Oh yeah, this is a new Harroneer, by the way. They look pretty funky. Rich refulgent copper. It's a big boy with spiky big boy. Oh, Shard of Dun Dun. These are your abundance tokens. You can collect up to 8 of these. Sorry, you can hold a maximum of 8 of these a time, and it costs you 1 Shard of Dun Dun to do an abundance run. I know I haven't showcased the abundance system very much on stream. But one thing at a time. Let's get the ores and everything looking neat and tidy in our bags. These are the moats. Copper, tin, silver. One of you. Two. Ah, shit. Let's do it this way. Quality bloom, one. Two. Keep things neat and tidy, then it's easy to see at a glance what we've gained. I'm not trying to figure out yields and stuff right now. Because this Herbert Miner has not even leveled up yet, but I just want to see how it's going to feel almost day one to start gathering. Would you go for the first talent tree or the mount mining one? The utility of being able to mine whilst mounted is very strong. Very strong. But you have got to understand that you need to spend like 40 knowledge points to get there. It's one of those, if you are planning on mining and herbing a lot, it's probably worth taking. But if you're not going to plan on doing too much, you probably want to put your points somewhere else initially. Now, a few weeks in, when you have the ability to gain more knowledge points and more catch-up points will be available and stuff like that, then it's a bit of a no-brainer to put those points in first. But like week 1, yeah, I can see it being useful, but I would also see that there's probably better places to spend it. Will we have new finishing reagents that increase skill of a craft? Wondering if I should use up my plus 40 skill ones. The same ones seem to follow through. You get them in the same way. Your patron order kind of goodie bag things. Dazzling thorium is our rare one. Realize you can't see after this. None of this. Just loot. Item loot. Skill ups. There's a handful of people that have done way more herbing and mining on the beta than I have. And I've already concluded that you can get quite a lot of motes per hour, even if you want to. Especially if you spec for it. Which I think I am still somewhat convinced Like, when it comes to the market analysis stuff, I tend to think I'm relatively, I'm within 20% when it comes to guessing how things are going to play out. I still think the consumption of motes, even if you can farm them efficiently, the consumption of motes is going to far outpace the need for raw materials. In other words, creating motes, causing the motes to be the bottleneck. I don't think this is me just trying to push an agenda, because I know I got that opinion very, very quickly when we started playing the alpha. But it still feels to me that motes are used so aggressively, so many places, in so many consumable items. Namely alchemy. Alchemy is going to absolutely destroy the mote market, because alchemy is going to consume them like absolute idiots. Every single potion, every single flask consuming motes. That's before you look at the ridiculous amounts used in enchants and stuff like that. This is why I wanted to do the research on like where the raw materials go and where do we think the big consumers will be. And is why I am a little concerned just how much ore I think prospecting is going to need, because prospecting is meant to be a big drain on the supply, and if it's not, it just means that those materials get hella cheap, and if they get hella cheap, then the gems get hella cheap, and then it's becomes a problem. Another shard of dun. I'm obviously also not like following any sort of route or anything here. I'm literally just aimlessly flying around, hitting node after node. So this is not a showcase of expertise, but more a showcase of what any random Joe will be able to do day one of early access in a few weeks' time. I want to start to see when we start getting quality 2 stuff. I seem to have like negative frame rate again. I wonder if it's because we've got this open in the background. Let's exit this. My graphics settings don't seem to be... Okay, we have got everything on ultra. Tone things down a bit. I know I'm streaming, but there's no way I should be getting less than 60 FPS. What happened to the baby sparks? Baby sparks are gone. Just straight up deleted. All reference to them has just been removed. Kind of funny that happened like 2 days after I made a video saying, oh, this looks quite interesting. I was like, should just shut up maybe. Oh no, I've pulled aggro, this is not good. These are elites. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Run away, run away. That's an elite area. Sorry, it's not. It's a level 90 area. Maybe not hang around here too much. You can actually get void motes from this little area as well. One of the only places you're going to be able to get void motes, like, very early on. Look at these things. Void bound, brilliant silver. One of the only areas outside the void storm to get these motes. It's weird playing the game in full screen. I'm so used to playing it with my 4 accounts at the bottom. It like looks odd to me when I when I've actually got it full screen. How am I pricing the wood in retail? I use some custom price sources, which do some clever maths. You're more than welcome to use the same ones. They're in the Discord. They're in the housing and decor channel in Discord. And I did a little video on them the other day showing how to set them up. The TLDR behind the maths is it just takes the average price. It's taking the average price of the decor that is consuming that lumber to get a rough estimate value for each lumber. It's not mathematically 100% correct, but it's a much better indication than just purely guessing. Rich Umbreon tin. Wink. Hey, Mr. Woo, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're well. Happy Mondays. Oh, I've just realised if I'm doing this, I should probably have something like GatherMate installed, shouldn't I? Not that I think GatherMate's going to have any raw data in it yet, but I should absolutely... I should absolutely start harvesting some data. I'm going to spend a little bit of time doing some herbing and mining. That is assuming it's been updated with the new icons and stuff. Aha, yes, good. GatherMate can now start putting some icons on my map. Beautiful. I wouldn't get rid of the old ones. They'll still possibly just warbank them, throw them in the bank. Oh, the big plus skill ones, the epic ones, they're soulbound, aren't they? So yeah, just throw them in the bank. You never know, you'll find a use for them one day. I can't remember if they are. They might actually be the same ones. Don't get rid of them. Notes are flipping huge. Right, we're yet to get any high quality, but I think we're... Oh, mine is 45. Sorry, it said 55, didn't it? Oh, this is where you put all the seeds. This is where you plant your seeds. That's a thing again. Gotta craft some 144 cloaks since the Reshi wraps are still bugged. So I can use the soul ones there. How are they bugged? Do they just not work at the moment or something? They're not still a good item level stick all the same. Don Donny, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. They just count as base item level. Oh. Oh, they don't affect the watermarking system. Oh, okay. So yeah, you need to make... Ah, so if you want to convert your crests, you need to craft... Oh, I see what you're doing. Right. Yeah, that's dumb. That's really dumb. Has anybody looked into gear particularly in Midnight? Because that watermarking system was flipping annoying, man. Half the point of half the point of these systems is to help you and aid you in the fact that there is always one flipping slot that you just get super duper mega unlucky in, and you just never get a high piece of gear. So the whole point of the crest system is to allow you to like zerg that one up to the left. Like I played with the gearing a little bit in the War Within, and it infuriated me every time I did it. Install the moats. Amateur. I'm not sure how much I'm going to chase gear in Midnight, to be honest. I kind of like the idea of the fact that they seem to be doing these mini one-boss raids, like, mid-season. There's an element of me that kind of might want to keep my gear at least reasonable for you know, for playing around with those, possibly. But I'm I don't know. If they don't make the gearing system more self-explanatory and more straightforward, I manufacture enough of a maths problem for myself playing with the professions. I don't really want another one for the purpose of gearing. Hello? Give me the herb. Disconnected? Effed? Okay, that one doesn't want to play game, apparently. This one is dead. You want some blue tools for testing? Oh. That's an interesting proposition. I don't know how much testing I'm going to do, and I don't know how much testing I'll do on this character. So absolutely, probably, possibly yes, but not this second. I have another herb miner that I might take you up on that offer with. That's level 90 and actually got some progress in the profession in the first place. But this character, this second, I don't think I should waste your materials on doing it. Run this. Oh, that gives you the watermark number, yeah. It might be a no refunds raid night. Possibly. I mean, people are more than capable of organising one between themselves, even if I myself am not present. I've said from day one, I don't mind having my name above the door, but I'm not the most organised person when it comes to this stuff. Right, 53 on mining. Means we're only 2 skill points away from starting to see high quality stuff, in theory. Assuming it does actually do what it says on the tin. I wonder how many characters... I wonder if I'll actually level a few toons doing herbalism and mining this time around. It's usually not a very quick way to level. But on the concept of if it makes you gold at the same time, it's like, why not? You know, goblin brain always thinking. I see... One thing that always gets me on the beta is that there's never a sense of urgency on the beta, because it's not real. Nothing's permanent. This is why I understand why some people do very specific things on the beta that they know full well they'll never bother doing when the game goes live. Because when the game goes live and it's all permanent, you kind of start prioritizing what it is you want to be doing. And some things just then doesn't make the cut, which I've always found to be weird. Much like farming, for me, often tends to just not make the cut. Not because it's not worth doing, but because I have far more enjoyment doing something else. I genuinely tend to spend more time doing gathering and farming on the test platforms where, you know, it's more for science. I would also suspect that there's the weekly, isn't there, which I might need to do before I get the catch-up knowledge, which is why I'm back in the city. Out here somewhere. What do you want?
Silvermoon students have unique
Stocking the staples. Give me 10 copper, 2 dazzling thorium. Damn. That's annoying, isn't it? You want 2 dazzling thorium off me? Where's me war bank? Where's me war bank? 2 dazzling thorium. What an ass.
My goods are one of a kind.
Oh. Oh no, that's the what? Oh yeah. Oh.
Return when you need more.
First week kind of quest. Yeah, that's a lovely one to start the adventure off. That is. That's a fucking lovely one. That is. Where's the herbalism one?
We shall not falter. Sunwell's glory
As a
shine
route.
on you.
2 of 3. I knew that. I had a sneaky suspicion that would be you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I saw the Drake land and was like, that's too convenient.
Paladash, Malanore. Anu Belore Delana.
Appreciates. Right, that at least, assuming the system is correct, will give me the ability to get the catch-up mining as well, which there should be some of. It's a little bit unfair for the purpose of testing what you're going to be able to achieve like week 1, but it's not really my goal right now. I can just not use the knowledge points as long as I want to simulate that. You going to let me pick this herb up yet? No. How am I meant to just like say this? Okay.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit
29.
together.
5. Hang on, I'll thank you whoever that was in a second. Numbers. Sneaky Scuttlefish 123. What a name. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that. Great use of the Prime. Welcome in.
training grounds are riddled with pests. Your years of experience should allow you to swiftly handle this matter.
There's part of me that thinks it might not be a terrible idea to do a couple of hours of farming in each zone, if for no other reason than just to get some early information on the best gathering routes. While I don't know how super duper mega useful it'll be for me, it'll at least be useful for others. Depends how selfish I want to be in these next few weeks with what do I plan for my own personal gain and what do I plan for others.
A new Bala Valorialon. With perseverance.
That should also unlock the herbalism stuff as well. Official release for Midnight is March 3rd, which is a Tuesday. Does that mean the weekly reset will be after one day? No, that's the NA reset. We get it a day after. It's not a global launch, is it? It's because of early access. There's no weekly stuff available until that first official launch. Where did all of these donuts come from? So even if you play on early access, you won't have access to any of the weekly related stuff. So that's probably going to mean that most patron orders won't offer any knowledge points because that's classed as a weekly thing. There won't be that weekly quest. You'll still be able to fly around, pick up treasures, and you'll still be able to, you know, do first-time crafts and farm renown and that sort of stuff. But none of the weekly stuff will be available to you till official launch. Gathering ore, herbs, and moats and lumber while we're at it for good profit is what I hear. I can't get over the fact that I'm pretty much convinced that Midnight is going to be a pretty good expansion for standard farming, because you get double dipped. Like your moats are going to be incredibly valuable, and your base materials will obviously be in need. I'm not sure how about the long-term profitability. I've had relatively growing concerns that I think prices could crash a lot faster than what we're used to. But it's dependent on how many people actually bother going out and doing the farming. Nobody wants to farm for free, especially not at the beginning of the expansion. So, as we know, most people won't get out of their seat unless there's 40, 50,000 gold an hour to be made at the beginning of an expansion. And the weird thing is all those people that are just chasing that good gold per hour are going to be contemplating, well, what about lumber in past expansions, you know? Farmers just go where the money's at. The interesting thing for me is that, like, herbing and mining in Midnight might not outdo what is obtainable from... There's a catch-up, look. It might not outdo what's obtainable from lumbering. So it's going to be... We're also likely to see one of the weirdest scenarios, being that people might look at the brand new expansion farming and go, nah, I can do better elsewhere. Which it would be crazy to consider. That's something that we totally would not be used to. And in turn, that might have the knock-on effect of, if there isn't that many people farming the new stuff, then, well, the new stuff isn't going to get cheap. You know, it all balances itself. It's kind of that's kind of how supply and demand works. Nobody does shit for free, so if you can't get paid to do it, nobody will do it. If nobody does it, then the stuff gets more expensive. Appreciate your effort testing the professions each expansion. As a player who plays for a few months at the beginning, it's extremely helpful. I'm glad it's useful to people. I mean, I for the most part enjoy doing it, which is why I do it. As soon as it's no fun, I don't do it. But look at the amount of content I produce in Season 2 and Season 3. I think that shows that when the fun stops, I stop. But I'm glad it's useful for people. Do you think there's going to be a decent market least affected by concentration armies? I don't want to deal with that competition. There's more reason to believe that there's more reason to believe that there'll be profit in mass crafting, more so than what we've traditionally seen in the War Within. Because the gap between crafting something with concentration and not crafting it with concentration isn't that big. If the gap's not very big, it's not very much of an incentive for people to use concentration on it. Meaning there's far more of a market for those people who want to mass craft stuff. The difficulty is still going to be that the per item price is probably going to be quite low. For example, I don't really think enchants are going to be like 3,000-4,000 gold a piece. I think they're more likely to be like 750 to 1,200 gold a piece. I genuinely think the overall price of commodity items is going to take a bit of a beating. And it's just simply for the one reason that the yields on everything are out of control. You can take not that many materials and make quite a lot of stuff. That means it doesn't take a lot of materials to supply a lot of people with what they need. And the more that goes on, the less attractive it will be for concentration. But it does sort of open the door to there being like potentially 10% profit to be made mass crafting stuff. But there is arguably never, ever, 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 ever more than about 20% profit mass crafting stuff. Because as soon as the profit gets too juicy, 500,000 people jump on it and that market's flooded by the next day. Because everybody's got spreadsheets and add-ons that tells them what's profitable and when. But the overall is, I think that ceiling price for goods is going to be a lot lower than what we saw in the War Within. The War Within had a lot of expensive crafts. We were looking at it earlier, comparing things like Dazzling Thorium to Null Stones. And Null Stones pushed the price up of huge amounts of consumables. Null Stones pushed the price up. Like, Null Stone was responsible for blacksmithing being expensive, full stop. Null Stones and tinderboxes made blacksmithing outrageously expensive. When you have certain items pushing the price up of commodities, it rises the price of like pretty much everything. But I think the only thing that's going to contribute heavily to like the price of things this expansion is going to be the moats. The reason I'm doing a little bit of this right now is to level up a herbalist and mining character, get a little bit more of an overview of what it looks like after like the first, you know, Zug phase. The first Zug of the first couple of days where you're basically filling this bar and you're getting the basic stuff out of the way. What's it going to look? I'm not going to use any of these weekly points just yet, just to get a rough look at, you know, how things will feel a couple of hours in, a couple of days in for some people. Because that will dictate how market looks for the first couple of weeks. Unless they change the blacksmithing leveling route, by the way. Blacksmithing's going to consume silly amounts of copper initially, because you have to burn through huge amounts of copper just to level blacksmithing to 100. But of course, that's a one-time gaff, right? You only do that once. Once your blacksmithing is leveling, then your consumption of copper dips, because you're only using it to craft things to then sell for a profit. You're not just pissing it up the wall trying to level a profession. I like the fact that these catch-up points seem to be more quantifiable than the War Within's catch-up points. I mean, the fact that I've already picked up 3 of them is much better and much stronger than the catch-up system in the War Within, it feels. Which would be, in my opinion, a nice thing. There's another one, look. Being thrown at me. Put a herb out in the water. There doesn't seem to be a quote-unquote bit enchant for a lot of classes, locked behind a best one. I've not looked into great detail about exactly what each of the enchants do and who might want what, but yeah, I have noticed that they've kind of steered away from this being their just one thing that people want. Alchemy's the same with the flasks, for example. There's no like chaos flask. There's no, this is the flask you buy, and if you're cheap, you buy this flask. It's just that there is a flask for each of the secondary stats. Without that, like, chaos flask, that is the predominant big one that everybody wants, it's going to spread the flasks out a little bit more. It might end up being the same with the enchants. You know, without there being one standalone, this is absolutely the best weapon enchant. Everybody, you know, an Authority of the Depths kind of situation. That spreading the crafting out a little bit will also help with concentration, because it won't push everybody into the one single item. But that didn't really seem to matter too much for profits in the War Within, did it? You know, people still made their cheddar. But they made good gold from it all the same, because of just how many stupidly high amount of materials went into enchants. That's why enchanting was top dog for concentration the whole expansion. Just outrageous amount of materials making one item. No max rank copy yet, but we are, in theory, above the threshold to start seeing it. Having a low skill to find stuff isn't a problem if it ramps up slowly. You don't want to unlock the ability to find something and then instantly be getting like 20%. You want, you know, you want it to ramp up really slowly. So when you're, you know, I'm level 68 with mining, in between 2 interesting numbers. We're at 68 at the moment, which technically means I should be able to start seeing high quality copper. But what you want is it to be like a 1% chance, right? And then for every 10 skill, it goes up by like 1%. You want it to ramp up really slowly, mostly because then it means that there's value in here. You want it to ramp up slowly, so then people come along and they're like, oh, okay, I need to push the skill in copper as high as flipping possible. And so, you know, if you want to do that, you ram it in here. It's kind of why I don't like this, the way that they've described this system, because it doesn't tell you. Like, I have this problem with the professions a lot, that they tell you some of the information, but they don't tell you all the information you need. Like, determines how much skill is required to start gathering the primary reagent at the highest quality. Well, what's going to be the chance of me getting, you know, I would like to know that. You know, 55 skill opens the door, but what does it look like when I'm in the room? You know, you see the same with the other crafting professions. It's like the chance for something to multicraft. Okay, what happens when multicraft procs? The chance to save reagents when resourcefulness procs. All right, what happens? I know the chance of something happening. What happens when it happens? It's kind of the same with herbing and mining. They tell you that you need this amount of skill to start seeing something, but does that mean I get a 1% chance for it to be high quality, or does it mean I get a 50% chance? I'm none the wiser. I mean, it partly doesn't matter because it's the same for you as it is for everybody else, but when it comes, you know, when we're dealing with knowledge points that are non-refundable, this information is kind of important to make an educated decision. Hence why all of the people at the beginning are like, do I put all my knowledge points into being able to mine whilst mounted, or is it more worth me putting my points into being good at hitting copper nodes? People can't make that decision for themselves because the game doesn't give you the information. I mean, it plays into my advantage because people expect me to have figured it out and they'll come and ask me. But not everybody wants to do that, you know? Interestingly, copper is now grey, meaning standard copper nodes will not give me skill points past level 69. Giggity. Means it looks like they've slightly tightened up the 1 to 100 leveling. Although in the last time I looked at this, can't remember which way round it was. One of them was easy to level and one of them was basically impossible. I can't remember which one it was. And by one of them, I mean herbalism or mining. I just need to fly around the edge of the map where all the nodes are. Been grey for a while, you still got a level. Was that off copper? It was a light bloom one. It was a special node. They have different skill numbers. Your flat default copper node doesn't look to give me skill anymore. Languithorn is yellow. Chance of a skill point, but not guaranteed. Who are you? So, look, this is a rich one's grey as well. So even rich copper nodes ain't going to give me skill points past 70. Still give me the chance of catch-up points, though. So I either need tin or silver or specialist nodes to get mining skill points from 70. Should we go to a different zone? Why not? Yeah, standard copper nodes, no chance of skill anymore. True sight still needed for max. True sight doesn't. There's no midnight equivalent of true sight. Tranquility bloom also isn't giving me skill at this point. They're still the standard weekly ones. Oh, even Umbral Tin isn't giving me skill points. So what is giving me skill points? Is it only speciality nodes? We're at the point where only speciality nodes are going to give skill. The shiny ones on your map. The ones that you're going to be looking for anyway, because you should be overloading on them. I can almost skim over these then if we're just trying to get it leveled a little bit. Tin, copper. Spent 20 hours farming the Dark Fuse coat in the Undermine. I mean, it is only one mog, but I have got to say it's one of the coolest mogs. I mean, who doesn't want a Matrix cape, you know? Oh yeah, I forgot these wild ones. This is going to be a problem. The flipping the wild nodes out here, the fact that you have to kill the damn things is going to heavily slow down your ability to farm out here. Unless you are just running away. The fact that they give you the moats. Do we overload any special node, or are they preferable? Well, you'll overload on the... Well, the thing is you're going to farm in... You're going to farm in the zone that presents the best gold from the nodes in the first place. So each zone you get, you know, wild moats are from Zulaman. The light moats are from Eversong Woods. You're going to be farming in the right zone to begin with. And so in that zone, you just overload as much as you can. I haven't even got the overload abilities on my bar at the moment. Where's the flipping button? General. Overload herbs. Overload ore. Okay, this is my point. You overload on the wild ones, and it's actually pretty tragically powerful. Have you decided on how many copies of Midnight you need? Well, I've already got 5. I've only got 1 epic edition though. I'm deliberately not buying extra epic editions. It's too expensive. I don't want to give Blizzard that much money. Did I miss that the special nodes are per zone? Yes. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the moats are... So, like... Void moats are found in the Void Storm. Eversong Woods is the light moats. You get the wild magic moats out in Zulaman, and then the pure void... No, which ones is it? Sorry, the primal energy ones come from 4th zone. So you'll be farming in a specific zone based upon what moats it is you want in the first place. Oh, he's still here. Oh, it respawned. He's still here. Oh, this becomes a real problem. becomes a real problem. You know how long 80 to 90 leveling will take? I mean, leveling is one of those, isn't it? It doesn't matter how long it feels like it will take. Some people will do it in half the time. I usually go by the assumption that it's going to take about an hour per level for your first run through. I think that usually seems to be about what Blizzard wants it to take. Obviously, people will zug and people will do it much faster, but I will be allocating the assumption of it'll take about an hour per level. Just leave that node alone. Maybe we get spec into go. You are flying? What do you mean you are leveled in Dragonflight with only gathering and had the same problem? Yeah, see this is it, right? This becomes the farming these moats efficiently on a gatherer that's got no flipping gear, which of most gatherers have no gear, becomes either a very slow or borderline impossible job. You're gonna have to actually gear up the gatherers a little bit. And obviously druids just go bare form and it's lol 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 lol, but the old Dragonflight reusable augment rune gives you 5 stats. Wait, hang on. You 5 stats. The new one in the Koresh only gives you 6. 1 extra stat for 100k. I think people would pass. Oh. It still spawned, dudes. It still spawned, dudes. Squish destroyed the new rune. Rip anybody that spent 100k on that thing then. Hope you got your use out of it. Ha! Okay, yeah, of course, the leveling event is on at the moment. I was like, why the Christ am I getting the pristine mysterious satchels? That's why. Oh, now I don't have all my keybinds right. I'm not going flipping me back balance. I might die, but at least I kill other things quicker. So yeah, whatever the most valuable moat at any given time ends up being, I've not done anywhere near enough market analysis to try and figure that one out yet. But whichever the moat of, you know, the most valuable moat at any given time is, that is where you will find all the farmers. So you'll have to get there's a good chance that you'll have to get relatively comfortable farming in all 4 of the zones, because you'll need to go in the right zone to target farm the right moat. You have to spec into Overload. Well, you get the ability for free. It just is, you only get 1 charge of it, and it takes ages to come off cooldown until you spec into it. But I'm strongly feeling that a route into overloading could end up being the play. But it's one of those, like I said, it's kind of market dependent, because it's the same theory. If I say that you should spec into overloading and then everybody specs into overloading, then there'll be a shortage of the basic materials, and, you know, gathering kind of requires people to spread out a little bit. Obviously, everybody would like to think that they're doing the optimal thing to make the most gold, but there is nothing truer at the beginning of the expansion than to say that if everybody does the same thing, then they, you know, that quickly becomes the wrong way to do it. I mean, also, there's a humongous amount of points that need going into this. You're speccing into any one of these is a decision that shouldn't be taken too lightly. You'd probably put points into the main node before you put points in any of these outer nodes, really, just because there's a good chance that as the days and the weeks go on, the moat of choice might flip-flop about a little bit. Because there's probably going to be a greater demand on moats while people are leveling their profession, like on a certain moat. Let's just hypothetically here, let's just say a lot of the leveling recipes end up using light fused moats. That will put huge strain on the supply of light fused moats in the first week when everybody's leveling. But then by week 2 and 3, when people are done leveling and are actually then crafting potions and flasks, might they end up using a different moat? So the demand and the price of the moats might flip-flop a little bit. So there's, you know, short of you just running a few different miners and speccing them, you know, gatherers and speccing them different ways, there's no real guaranteed way to win-win. That's kind of the point of specs, though, isn't it? The point of having specializations is that some people go one way, some people go the other. Some people win, some people lose. I can be as helpful as I can be to suggest what I feel the right path might be, but the right path is usually the path the least people go. Do druids still get gathering whilst in flight form for free in Midnight? Herbalism, yes. Mining, you still need to spec into it. Okay, mining these dudes does give a skill as well. Oh. Or it claims it should. Claims it should give a skill, and then it doesn't. Interesting. Oh, I really wish I would stop finding bugs.
The children of fire seek fresh food.
Feels far too late in the day to be finding bugs.
Find us many fish to feast upon.
Okay, I think I'm at the point where it's only the speciality nodes that are giving me... Whoa, flipping now. Yeah, I can safely say you're probably not going to A, level up, or B, try and skill up in Zulaman. Because these flipping nodes are going to be infuriating until you've actually got some gear and can just nuke them down. Okay, these also claim that they should give a guaranteed skill point and don't. I've no idea how to, like, properly... Creatures that spawn from wild modes. Go ass. If that is going to be translatable to Mr. Game Tester. Well, yeah, my item level's only 80, which is a real significant problem. With the fact that the pre-patch event is up and running right now, you should probably be at least item level 120. So I am absolutely weak sauce for the purpose of doing this, but you have to remember that as a character that's leveled up and has not played the War Within, this is kind of the item level you will be at this point. So my recommendation is do put some gear on your gather. The more gear you get on your gatherers now, the better, really. Because if you're going to level your character by herbing and mining as well, you might ding 90 before you actually get any upgrades at all. And you'll be absolutely getting ruined by the time you're level 90 by mobs. If you got no gear. Okay, right. I am very hungry. I've streamed for a lot longer today than I expected to. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you very much for joining today. I cannot guarantee that the streams from this point until midnight's launch will be all that organised. I think we'll be chasing the squirrels a lot. A lot of chasing the squirrels. As it's, you know, we're at the point in the beta where we just have to kind of start assuming that things are doing what they should be doing. We just kind of have to assume that what we see right now is what we're going to get. And if they change things, they change things. But hence, like what we did today, taking a little bit of a look at mining. Where is the ore going to be consumed? How much of it do we think is going to be consumed? Do we think it's going to be that different from the War Within to what we see in Midnight? And the TLDR conclusion is that I don't think there's going to be even the I don't even think there's going to be half the amount of actual raw ore consumed. Dawn crafters just aren't using anywhere near as much ore, which will have a huge knock-on effect. So this is the kind of stuff we're going to be doing. We're going to be just trying to figure out the mechanics and like give ourselves as good an idea of what we expect the economy to look like when the game goes live. The more we know ahead of time, the easier it will be to make gold with it once it does turn up. So I will catch you all tomorrow. Okay, yeah, probably tomorrow. I have got to do something tomorrow morning, but I'll hopefully get that done, and hopefully it won't interrupt stream schedule. But you'll catch me over on the Discord. Come say hi. And for those of you who are top tier, absolute Giga Chad gold goblins over on Patreon, the Goblin Guide to Midnight is nearly there. Nearly at the point where I'm happy to let people have a poke through it and tell me where I've made mistakes and where you think improvements could be made. So that will be coming soon. Boys and girls, thank you very much for today. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to load into the 24/7 channel where you can do some watching of the past VODs. You can do some lurking in the background, get yourself some Manthy coin. which will be useful for when I spin up the next giveaway on the channel, which will be soon, TM. I need to pay out the last winners first, and then we can start a new one. What are we doing? January 26th. Oh, this was last Monday's VOD. Oh, you can see what we were doing exactly 1 week ago on the VOD channel right now. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. I'll catch you next time. Peace.